As chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 10:03 a.m. This Zoom webinar is live streamed on YouTube on the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission YouTube channel. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI. Our live stream today includes closed captioning. Closed captioning, ASL interpretation, Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in this meeting. Email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted on the michigan.gov/MICRC website, along with written public comment submissions. There is also a public comment portal that may be accessed by visiting michigan.gov/MICRC. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Executive Director for the Commission, at woodse3@michigan.gov or 517-331-6309. For the public watching and the public record, I will turn to the Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Good morning, commissioners. That sounds better. Please stay present when I call your name. If you're attending the meeting remotely, please announce during roll call that you're attending the meeting remotely. And unless you are absent due to military duty, announce your physical location by stating the county, city, township, or village and the state from which you are attending the meeting remotely. I will begin alphabetically with Commissioner Andrade.
Present.
Commissioner Callahan.
Present, attending remotely from Mexico.
Commissioner Curry. Commissioner Eid. Commissioner Kellum. Commissioner Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Commissioner Lett.
Present, attending from Lee County, Florida.
Commissioner Muldoon.
Present.
Commissioner Orton.
Present.
Commissioner Zatella.
Present, attending from Wayne County, Michigan.
Commissioner Vallette.
Present.
Commissioner Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Eaton Township, Michigan.
Commissioner Weiss.
Present.
Madam Chair, there are 10 commissioners present. You have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As a reminder to the public watching, you can view the agenda at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I would now entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Okay, it's moved and seconded that we approve today's agenda. Is there any discussion on the topic? Seeing none. Just a minute. All in favor of approving today's agenda, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it and the agenda is approved. Without objection, I will ask MICRC Executive Director Edward Woods to present the purpose of the public hearing today. Please proceed, Mr. Woods.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Let me take the opportunity to share my screen. All right. Good morning, Detroit. Good morning. We're very excited to be here at the Greater Grace Temple, and we would be remiss if we did not thank Bishop Charles H. Ellis III for his gracious hospitality in having us here so that we can have great parking, great opportunity from 10 o'clock a.m. to 8 o'clock p.m. to hear directly from those impacted by the reconfiguration of maps as mandated by the court. We want to extend our heartfelt appreciation and gratitude to Bishop Ellis and the church and his team, his event team led by Veronica Phillips, for allowing us to be here. And at this time, if we can just give a round of applause. Bishop Ellis, as a point of personal privilege, we invite you to provide greetings to the commission and our audience that is here and coming later today.
Thank you so very kindly. Can you all hear me? There it is. Thank you so very kindly. And to the commission and to all of those that are in charge and in authority, I certainly welcome you to Greater Grace Temple, the city of David. We call this our home, and we certainly hope that you'll feel the hospitality. We've tried our best to roll out the red carpet so that you have everything that you need and all the accommodations that are needed for this event on today, and make this your home for this day and for this event. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Bishop Ellis. Appreciate you. Also like to acknowledge the Southeast Michigan Council of Governments, City of Detroit Neighborhood Department, our community organizations where we were able to go into the community to provide presentations, our civic leaders, as well as the volunteers who are with us today for making this public hearing possible. We just want you to know that we are very, 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 very interested in hearing from each and every one of you as it relates to public comments. For those who are coming in person, it is still not too late for you to come to Greater Grace Temple and to sign up and ensure your voice is heard. Want to remind you that we are here from 10 to 1. We'll be taking a lunch break from 1 to 2. We're here from 2 to 5 and take a dinner break from 5 to 6, and then conclude in our evening session from 6 to 8. In 2018, Michigan voters passed Proposal 2, a ballot initiative for voters and not legislators to take responsibility for nonpartisan redistricting, and created the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission. It's comprised of 13 randomly selected Michigan residents, which includes 4 Democrats, 5 independents, and 4 Republicans. The Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission is responsible for redistricting the U.S. Congressional, the Michigan House, and the Michigan Senate districts only. We are not responsible for Wayne, Oakland, or Macomb as relates to the county redistricting process or the redistricting process that takes place within the city of Detroit. We only have the Michigan State House, Michigan State Senate, and the congressional districts. The redistricting criteria, unlike in the past, was based upon the APO standards. The APO standards focused on keeping county, city, and township boundaries whole. In the new redistricting process that took place in 2021, there are 7 ranked redistricting criteria, 7 ranked. In other words, we have to follow that in order as listed on your screen. 1, equal population in the Voting Rights Act. 2, geographically contiguous. 3, reflect the state's diversity and communities of interest. 4, no disproportionate advantage to any political party. 5, no favor or disfavor to an incumbent elected official or a candidate. 6, reflect consideration of county, city, and township boundaries, and then 7 is reasonably compact. The commission does not have the authority or the luxury to change this 7 rank redistricting criteria at all. It has to focus per the Constitution in this order. The Western Michigan District Court Southern Division had a filing from the AG case where it found the commission drew maps focused on race in violation of the 14th Amendment, the Equal Protection Clause, and disenfranchised Black voters. I want to be very clear, there was no finding regarding the Voting Rights Act. As a result, the court ordered the commission to reconfigure state house districts 1, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, and 14, and not focus on race. The court told the commission not to focus on race. As a result, we did not do our voting rights analysis until the end of the process as relates to the 9 collaborative maps. We were specifically told, do not focus on race by the court. So we want to be very clear with you how this process has been followed. Why should you care about redistricting? Redistricting is your chance to make sure your voice and your community's voice is heard. As I shared with you in the previous slide, the 3rd rank criteria is reflecting the state's diversity and communities of interest. When we talk about communities of interest, we're talking about historical characteristics refer to neighborhoods. So many times in the past, neighborhoods were broken up to keep county, city, and township boundaries together. In this process, keeping the neighborhoods whole is more important than keeping county, city, and township boundaries together. We also have cultural characteristics. Many of you know the MENA population. We have the largest MENA population outside of the Middle East in the Dearborn area. The MENA population is not considered a race. However, in the redistricting criteria, they do share cultural characteristics, MENA being Middle East and North Africa. And so therefore, in the redistricting process, they are able to be kept whole as a community of interest. And then last but not least is economic interest, which deals with the waterfront. It could be an art district. Whatever the economic interest may be, we're able to keep those communities whole. And in the redistricting process, that is now the 3rd ranked redistricting criteria, whereas in the past, none of them had voices in the past. They do have a voice and a criteria in this new redistricting process. Redistricting can keep your community together. You know, our tagline has been show up, speak up, show up, speak up. So on behalf of our community, we encourage people, as you see these infographics, to make sure that they provide comments on our public comment portal or our mapping portal, which is located at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. Redistricting will help make sure your elected officials reflect your values on important issues such as healthcare, education, public safety, and justice. That's why keeping communities of interest whole ensures a better representation, not just for you, but also for your community. Why we are here. We are here to hear directly from you regarding the 9 draft proposed maps and the 1 individual map. We want to understand what map best represents you and your community of interest as is or with minor tweaks. We want to learn from your feedback to select the best map in compliance with the court order and the 7 ranked redistricting criteria. Public comment guidelines. You have up to 90 seconds to speak, whether you're in person or remote. You address the commission as a whole and not an individual member. According to our rules and procedures, any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks, or who shall become boisterous or disruptive while addressing the commission may be requested to leave the microphone. If any person disrupts the orderly progress of a meeting, sorry about that, I click too soon, or refuses to comply with applicable MICRC guidelines and rules, the chairperson may rule that person out of order and or order their removal from the meeting. We want to thank you in advance for complying with these guidelines because we know it's more important to ensure voices are heard and then to have a chaotic and a disorderly process, which we do not expect at all. Show up, speak up. We want to encourage you to show up and speak up. You can like and or follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or TikTok. You can subscribe to our MRCRC YouTube channel. And for those of you who may not be able to come to make public comment, either virtually or in person, please submit public or mapping comments at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. If you have any questions or need additional information, you can call 1-866-MAP-FAIR. That's 1-866-627-3247 for questions or more information. Once again, we thank each and every one of you for coming, whether you're in person or virtual, and look forward to your public comment. Thank you. Madam Chairperson, turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Director Wicks.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. We would like to acknowledge the entrance of Commissioner Eid.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Kellum, I believe, is on as well, Ms. Young.
Commissioner Kellum, good morning. If you would share where you're attending from remotely.
Attending remotely from Wayne County. I will be there momentarily, just at a doctor's appointment. So good morning, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay. So individuals who have signed up and indicated they'd like to provide live or remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. We will start with live public comment first, followed by remote public comment in chronological order. You'll have 90 seconds to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First to provide public comment is number 1.
Good morning to the commission. My name is Reverend Dr. Steve Bland, Jr. I am senior pastor of the Liberty Temple Baptist Church here of Detroit, Michigan, and immediate past president of the Council of Baptist Pastors here of Detroit. I welcome this opportunity to share remarks with you on today. As you have come into the community, I spoke when you first were formed, and I do still appreciate the fact that we as citizens voted this commission so that you become the voice for our people in regards to how redistricting ought to be done. The voice is done through voting, as in our democracy, is counted through our census, but it's also done in equitable lines. I challenged you then some 4 years ago about making sure that that is done equitably in our community. And I just want to say in the brief time that I have here today that as this process has been opened again, I'm not sure exactly how the differentiation is being made between community of interest and race and things of that nature. But I do know this. I know in our community, we've gone from 12 Black representatives in the House to 6. I know we've gone from 2 senators to none, from 2 congressional representatives to none, from 17 persons representative being decreased is a concern for too many of our citizens. We've had people who, in this African American History Month we celebrate, who've had great history and representation to die for our citizen community. Do the right thing and make sure we have equitably represented this community, the 7 districts that have been challenged. I am Reverend Steve Bland, and I thank you for this time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 2.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Shomari Jabulani, live in Brightmoor here in Detroit, west side of Detroit, eastern Brightmoor. And I'm leaning towards the Motown sound configuration. Would be my first choice. The second choice would be Spirit of Detroit. I'm looking, I did consider race somewhat due to the history involved, long discussion, in looking at those choices. Oh, thank you. Better? Or You can hear me? Okay, so those come to mind first. Also on the computer, looking at the screen, I had difficulty figuring out where I lived and where I fit on the configuration. I'm not sure if I'm in District 4 or District 16 because the streets and things are not clearly shown. And if you live near a freeway or something, the division line may be unclear as to what the proposed district one could live in. It's kind of vague. So is there any kind of way in which if I gave my address, I'd be for certain whether or not I'm in District 4 or District 16?
Yes, if you go back and see the gentleman, Ryan, will you wave? If you go see him, he can help you put in your address and see exactly what district you're in.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
And that goes for anyone here. If you go back and see Ryan back there, he can help you with that. Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 3.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Sarah Ismail, and I live and work in the city of Dearborn, and I'm here on behalf of Access. So I'm here today to ask that the commission keep our community of interest together. So our community of interest would be the Arab American community, along with more broadly Middle Eastern North African communities. And these communities can be found in many cities across the state of Michigan. So we're not only consolidated in Dearborn and Dearborn Heights, but also Melvindale and pockets of Detroit. And so this community of interest has a lot of shared similarities in terms of ancestry, heritage, culture, language, even all facets of their daily lives. There's a shared history in that. And we also share a history in the sense that we are invisible, like one of the commissioners was stating. And so with that invisibility, we're actually labeled white, and our community of interest isn't really considered a community of interest, correct? And so we can't quantify the inequities that our communities face. And because we don't have a MENA category, we appear white when it comes to the US Census. And so that is the reason why it makes it very difficult for us to have equal representation or consideration when it comes to redrawing maps. And so that's why we're asking that the Motown Sound map actually keeps just enough of our community of interest together while not diluting it. And we're also asking that Melvindale be added back to District 3. So Melvindale is one of those communities that has a lot of shared similarities across city of Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, and it is part of our community of interest. And so I was hoping to show the map, but we weren't able to do that. But so we were asking that Motown Sound map be there, but along with Melvindale being reattached to it. And I hope that the commission takes that into reconsideration when looking at the map again. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 4.
Hi, my name is Kira Lev. I live in Oakland County and I also work at Access. And I'm here to support the communities of interest, the Arab American and Middle Eastern and North African communities as well. So as you've heard, this community of interest lives in Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, West Detroit, and Melvindale, as well as many other parts of the state. And the Arab American community that Access serves most directly in Metro Detroit is the most largest and concentrated in the nation. And the community is also very unique in its diversity, successes, and challenges. It's one of the oldest Arab American communities with roots back to the 1890s. And we as Access receive more Arabic speaking refugees and immigrants than almost any other Metro Detroit area in the country. So although this is the largest community in the country, as you've heard, because we're not captured in the census, it's left out of the redistricting process often. So again, I'm here to support the Motown Sound map, which does provide consideration to this community of interest, although would like to request that Melvindale be added back to District 3 and remain part of the community because it does share many of these cultural and linguistic characteristics. So thank you for your consideration today.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 5.
Good morning. My name is Miriam Bazzi and I live in Dearborn. I'm here today to advocate that my community of interest be kept together. Arab Americans and more broadly the MENA communities are undercounted in the US Census, making the process much more difficult for our community to demonstrate the size and needs of the community. My community of interest primarily lives in Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, West Detroit, and Melvindale, as well as other parts of Michigan, such as Hamtramck, Livonia, Canton, and Ferndale. Leaving our community of interest together ensures we are able to quantify its needs. It would further ensure that they can develop programs that meet the needs of these communities and acquire funding to do this. Our community of interest must stay intact, and I urge you to continue your work by implementing the Motown Sound Map, which provides enough consideration to our community of interest in the draft House map. We would also like to advocate for Melvindale to be added back to District 3 and remain a part of our community of interest. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 6.
Good morning. At this point, you guys probably all know all the statistics and fun facts about Arab Americans in the US, but I'll say it again, just in case you missed it the first 200 times. Hello, my name is Ahmed, and I work in Dearborn. I'm here to advocate that my community of interest is kept together. I'm asking that the Access communities of interest are kept together, which are Arab Americans, Middle Eastern, and North African communities. Metro Detroit is home to the largest and most diverse Arab American and Middle Eastern and North African communities in the United States. It is. Our community of interest primarily lives in Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, West Detroit, Melvindale, and other parts of Michigan, including Hamtramck, Livonia, Canton, and Ferndale. And again, without a fair count of our community in the US Census, we are constantly invisible and not factored into the political process of redistricting. I urge you to please consider the Motown Sound Map, which provides enough consideration to our community of interest. And can you guess it? We would also like for Melvindale to be added back and remain part of our community of interest. The commission will determine the representation that COI will have for the next 10 years and the generational impacts it will have for our future. Please take the time to redraw the House maps. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission.
Got a quick question for you, sir. Hey there. And this could go to any of the last couple speakers. But so Melvindale has about like 12,000-ish people. So if we were to add Melvindale back to District 3, we'd need to take out about that same amount of people for population. And this is for any of the last few speakers. Where would you recommend taking that population from? Like what part of Dearborn?
That sounds like a great question. When I have an answer, I'll get back to you.
And that could be something that y'all put on our website?
Absolutely, yeah. We'll get you that answer.
Number 7.
Hello, Commission. My name is Delaney, and I work in Dearborn, and I am an Arab American myself. The diverse Arab American community and broadly more MENA populations may trace their ancestry back to different countries, speak different dialects, practice different religions, and fall into a broad range of socioeconomic categories. As Edward said earlier, even though there is much diversity within this community, there is still a community of interest within the MENA population and Arab Americans through shared cultural ancestry. Using the best available data from the US Census American Community Survey, a report was created demonstrating a picture of a unique community as a result of disaggregating the Arab and MENA community from the white racial category. Findings indicate that 43% of the Arab or MENA community ages 25 through 64 live in poverty, with 8.4% that are unemployed. Arab Americans and MENA individuals have distinct issues and experiences. National level data on Arab Americans and MENA individuals obscures regional variances such as disadvantaged communities in the Metro Detroit area. I support the Motown Sound Map, which provides enough consideration in keeping our community of interest intact. But we would also like, again, as people have said, for Melvindale to be added back in and remain a part of our community of interest. Please take the time to redraw the House maps, and as this will affect the next 10 years of representation for our community of interest. And I will also get back to you about the question that was asked right before this.
Thank you. Number 8.
Hello, My name is Shams and I work in Dearborn, and I did have something prepared, but because of Commissioner Eads' question. So as you all know, personally have been to this commission several times even beforehand in advocating for our community of interest, a community of interest map that we had submitted. Unfortunately, that community of interest was not represented in the maps that we were now here to speak about. So when I'm advocating for the Motown map, it's not the best map for our community of interest. It's actually also a map that will break our community. But in addition to that, that's why we're here to also encourage you all to go back to the map. And if you're able to look at our community of interest map that we had submitted initially, in ensuring that Melvindale was part of that. As others have alluded to, because MENA individuals are not counted in the census, you're not able to see that data. We are actively working and engaging census. We're hoping that we can see that data in 2030. But we're currently also working with the Office of Management and Budget to also see the numbers of MENA individuals in the state of Michigan. So that being said, out of these maps, I personally support the Motown one in the sense of if we're able to add Melvindale in. Our greatest push would be keeping District 3 and 15 together, but I know if that's not feasible, we definitely would encourage you all to look back at the maps and seeing how we can include the community of interest that we've been advocating for. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 9. Is there a number 9?
They may have stepped out for a moment, so we might come back to them.
Okay. All right. So then we will move on to our remote public comment, and we will come back to the in-person if they come back in. No. I will call on your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on a computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you are on the phone, a voice will say that the host wants you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. Okay. Also, please note that if you experience technical or audio issues, or if we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we may move on to the next person and return to you after they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email redistricting@michigan.gov and we will help you troubleshoot so that you can participate during the next public comment period or at a later meeting. You will have 90 seconds to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First to provide remote public comment is James Gallant.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All righty, thank you very much. This is James Gallant, Marquette County Suicide Prevention Coalition. These are my opinions. And to the commission as a whole, of course, I'd like to personally apologize to you folks in Detroit, you know, the plaintiffs, all you Black folks in Detroit, you're done wrong. This is shenanigans. This is the shenanigans I'm talking about. I'm sorry about that. Some people just don't want to follow the rules. And that's the biggest problem here. You know, you are all in my community of interest, as self-identified as the complete border all the way around Michigan, everybody. And the only way to protect everybody all at the same time is for the commission to follow the rules, the Robert's Rules of Order. That's based on our U.S. Constitution and House of Representatives. And in Michigan, our common law, our parliamentary common law in America. Now, Madam Chair, I'd ask you to, I appreciate that you have started the discussion about this Robert's Rules and everything at the last couple meetings here. And I'd ask you to continue that with me so we can flush this out a little bit. Because when you were first convened, Mike Brady, the Director of Legal Services, instructed you for the Department of State that you must follow Robert's Rules of Order. But not only you, but the people of the state of Michigan. Our due process is that you have to follow Robert's Rules of Order. Motion, second, discussion, vote every time. And they made sure of that. And now even your facilitation rule says you can facilitate it while it's before the commission, while there's a motion with properly supported for a specific action. You don't even.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Chris Andrews. Please wait a moment for our staff to unmute you.
That participant is not currently present.
Okay, the next in line is Anthony Scannell.
Thank you, Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission, so much for the opportunity public hearing today. My opinion, being in District 1 currently, I would say no to the tulip map. I'd say yes to many of the maps, but I would say no to tulip because of it splits Southwest Detroit and District 1. Not very good. On a different note, I would say make Taylor whole again, the city of Taylor. That can be done on any map that you choose. It's a good idea. And you've gotten so much public comment about it. You wouldn't want to disregard all the public comment you've gotten about Taylor. Third point, I'd say please drop the costly Supreme Court litigation. It's going nowhere. You and I both know. And point 4, do you still have the same political affiliation as when you filled out the application to be on this commission 4 years ago? I think we have about 3 commissioners who have weighed in since I put that query, and it's a Spanish Inquisition. Are you still a Democrat? Are you still a Republican? Are you still independent? Because that depends if you're qualified to sit on the commission. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Do we have number 9 in person in the room? Is there anyone else that signed up for in-person public comment that hasn't spoken yet? I don't see any, so perhaps we will wait and see who else enters to
You
sign
know,
up.
I would encourage everybody in this room. I do see a few people here that have not spoken yet, and now is the time. This is it. It's the time to have your voice heard. We have those maps in the back. I really recommend every single person in this room go check them out. Go look at where you live on those maps. And then once you take a look at them, would love to hear about what you think. But this is the opportunity. Let's make it happen.
Why don't we take a 10-minute break, and perhaps by then we will have more public comments. So we will return at 10:50.
Commissioners that are attending remotely, while we're on break, you are more than welcome to remain on mute and to turn off your video. Thank you.
sir. When is the final decision?
So it's time for us to be back from break. However, we have quite a few folks in the room that are in the back looking at the big printouts of the maps. So I want them to be able to continue doing that, and we will come back up and take public comments when more come in. But feel free to keep looking at the maps and discussing. For those that are here in person, if you've had a chance to look at the maps in the back, or perhaps talk to Mr. Taylor in the back, and you wish to make public comment now, you can go out to the sign up table, sign up to make public comment, and then we will call on you. And please do. We would love to hear from everyone in this room.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so we do have some more in-person public comments. So is number 10 in the room? I don't see them. Number 11. Oh, are you number 10? Are you number 10?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Zena, and I live in Dearborn, and I want to keep my community of interest together. The Arab American and MENA communities in Michigan are the largest and most diverse they have ever been, mostly concentrated in Dearborn and Dearborn Heights. However, our community of interest primarily lives in Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, West Detroit, and Melvindale, as well as other parts of Michigan such as Hamtramck, Livonia, Canton, and Ferndale. We have been involved in the economic and cultural development of Southeast Michigan for over the last 50 years. I urge you to continue to do your work by adding time to your schedule to redraft the House maps. Please consider the initial access community of interest map, which provides enough consideration to our community of interest. If Motown would move forward, we would support Mervindale to be added back and remain part of our community of interest. Commissioners, you have the ability to draw districts, district lines, and maps that influence Michigan State and the national landscape for the next 10 years. We urge you to consider the representation of these communities that will shape their future. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 11.
Good morning. My name is Charles Thomas, and I am the founder and director of the voter turnout organization, When You Vote, I Win. The organization is built on the story of two of my aunts who at 14 and 16 years old were trained by John Lewis and as members of SNCC in 1964 and 65, participated in all the protests and marches in Selma that resulted in the signing of the Voting Rights Act. So as an individual and an organization, we are fully invested in the Voting Rights Act, but along with the Voting Rights Act, we lean into the language of the 14th, 15th, and 19th Amendments that were to afford all citizens of age the right to vote and are the support for not just the VRA, but the Supreme Court one person, one vote theory. So with that in mind, this commission cannot walk away from this process having believed they've done their jobs if they accept any map that strips away the power of the individual vote. You cannot walk away believing that you've done your job if you return Michigan to its decades-long recent history of any party that receives the least amount of votes walking away with the most seats. Of the maps to be considered, Motown Sound is the best performing and most VRA compliant, but it does worse on partisan fairness. This issue can be addressed and the map be improved by addressing the east side of the map in a few districts. Lastly, I'll say for the record, the most evident proof of what is desired in the democratic process is casting your ballot for it. 30 to 40% and topping out at and celebrating 50% is not Selma worthy stuff. Prove what you want by going out and voting for it.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 12.
Good morning. I am Valerie Kendall. I'm the mayor of the city of Harper Woods. And I want to ask that the Motown Sound or the Spirit of Detroit will be the best considerations for our community because we share school districts, water, infrastructure with those communities that we're connected with. So those would be the best maps on changes for our community to continue to be the thriving community that we are, because we not only share those school district and water infrastructure, we also share mutual aid with those cities. So to separate us and put us in a whole different light would make it, it would be, it would be cumbersome on our community to be divided. So we're thinking that the Motown sound and the spirit of Detroit will be the best for my community, Harper Woods and the Grosse Pointes. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 13.
Hello, my name is Stan Hobbs, and I would just like to voice my vote for the water lily map because just like the people from Dearborn were saying, they share a culture. People of Detroit also shares a culture, and the water lily map seems to keep that intact. So I would go for the water lily map. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Is there a number 14 in the room? Okay, it looks like we don't have any more in person right now. So I would invite anyone in the room who hasn't spoken to go out and sign up and speak to us. We see a few people that we haven't heard from. We would love to hear your thoughts. And otherwise we will just wait and see if we get anyone else. We have about a half an hour till noon. And feel free to go back and look at the map some more or talk to Mr. Taylor that's in the back with the computer. He can help you look up where you live and your community. So we have some people who have asked for a second public comment, and I believe that our rules say don't allow for that right now because we allowed for that just during the town hall, but this is a public hearing. So I would like to make a motion that we allow for public comment to be 3 minutes long, and there can be a second public comment after all the first public comments have been shared. If there's okay, so a motion and a second, and is there any discussion on that motion? Commissioner Callahan, looks like you have a thought. Okay, no discussion or thoughts on that? Okay, then can we have a roll call vote?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, you have the motion before you to allow for second public comment after the first public commenters have had the opportunity to speak, and to move the commenters' time to 3 minutes. Do I have that correct, Madam Chair?
Yes, and this would just apply to public hearings.
And this just applies to public hearings. Thank you. If you're in agreement with the motion, commissioners, affiliate that by saying yes. And if you are not in agreement, please share a no. I'll call commissioners in order, starting with Elaine Andrade,
Yes.
Donna Callahan,
Yes.
Juanita Curry, Anthony Ede,
Yes.
Brittany Kellum, Rhonda Lane, Steve Lett,
Yes.
Marcus Muldoon,
Yes.
Cynthia Orton,
Yes.
Rebecca Zatella,
Yes.
Janice Follett,
Yes.
Richard Weiss.
Yes.
We have 9 yes votes. The motion carries.
Mr.
Thank you
Wagner, yes.
I'm sorry. Wagner? Commissioner Wagner?
Yes.
Thank you. That makes 10.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm not sure of the process. I'm not sure if you get a new number or not. If you need to go back out and sign up, can Secretary of State's office help us know the procedure?
So we are going to ask that you please go back out if you would like to speak again and grab another number. That helps us to keep up and with accommodations and help us to learn how many more we have as
Great.
second commenters. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I see people going out to sign up again. I would just like to say, if you spoke the first time and you didn't quite have time to get all your thoughts out, or you've looked at the maps and you have something else to say, please go out and sign up, speak to us again. Is number 14 in the room? Is there a number 15 in the room? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Again, I'm Reverend Dr. Steve Bland Jr., Senior Pastor of Liberty Temple Church, and I have the privilege of going first again in another round. So thank you for allowing me this second bite of the apple. I had to leave on the first time because I had a member of my church that passed away, and I needed to go be with his wife. And so I talked and spoke about everything other than the map I was in favor of. So thank you for allowing me another opportunity to come back to finish my statements in that regard. Again, I do commend the commission for opening this opportunity. I shared the first time around about my concerns about the diminution of the representation, particularly in the Detroit community. And looking at the maps, the Motown Sound map appears to me to be the map that I believe has the best opportunity for configuration that might help to reserve the integrity of what might help to restore and preserve the things that I think might be helpful for people who are particularly in that Detroit area to be adequately represented. I do know that the shape files and everything that goes along with that has to be looked at. I do wish that we had the opportunity to offer other map opportunities. Again, I'm not sure what community of interest versus race really means. I just believe Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act suggests to us that we have protections that I would like to see activated so that we might have accurate representation in the state, House, and the Senate, and our congressional work. So again, if you would accept the Motown Sound map as my recommendation as a map to work with, I appreciate the work you all put into it. I know it's tedious work to be done, and I appreciate all you've done. But please, in the meantime, understand that those of us who are represented in the Detroit area with pride and distinction would like to make sure we maintain the integrity of representation we have had and give our children a chance in the future to even be adequately represented. I'd like to see my granddaughter to be able to run for a seat that represents the interest of the community she lives in. Thank you for the second opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing us again. Number 16. $17, $16.
I can't hear too well. Okay. I thank you very much for having this opportunity to speak once again. As I've stated before, I am the mayor of the city of Harper Woods, and the configurations of the map of Motown is the best one for us, for our community, because as I've stated before, we share mutual aid, we share school district, we share water infrastructure, and it's all that in the culture of what we do in the Harper Woods and the Grosse Pointe area and Detroit. We all work together, and I think that this configuration for the Motown map is the best map for our community to have representation and to also continue to improve the quality of life for all of us in that area. So I hope that you would take this in consideration, because it's very, very important to all of us to stay together. And I appreciate you. Thank you so much for your service. I know this has been a tough job for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much for addressing the commission. 17.
Good morning. My name is Karen Green, and I am a Detroit resident. I'm also a precinct delegate, a block club president, and all that fun stuff. I appreciate also, I echo what others have said, all of your diligence in the maps. I like the maps back there better because I can actually see much better than I was trying to see on my computer. I like Motown Sound map, and in the district from the map there on 16, it looks like it keeps most of what we have currently. Just asking if possibly it could end in Redford and pick up some of the other area going and I forgot the number you have back there, but going back towards the Detroit area and also looking at District 10 that includes Harper Woods, suggesting if maybe that could be moved in District 12. And I think that's all of my suggestions. Hopefully the Motown Sound will be the selected map. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 18. Oh, Commissioner Kellum.
I was trying to raise my hand really tall since I'm so tall. Joke. I'm not, I'm 5'3". I had a question for you. You asked ending a part. I know you said you didn't remember the number that was listed for Motown Sound, but you were talking about the Redford area. Can you just repeat?
Oh, could you come to the microphone so people online can hear?
Looking back there on the Motown Sound map, it looks like the number 16 that you have, it looks like it caps in Livonia, and just asking if possibly it could cap in Redford and pick up, see, I don't have my little notes, and pick up some of the other area above going towards Detroit. I actually have to see it to tell you again.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Some people sound like they really studied it, but I didn't.
It's okay. In District 10, adjusting Harper Woods.
Yes. Harper Woods to, all right, where's my wonderful little note?
Could we
adjusting Harper Woods?
Could we show that map, Mr. Morgan?
Is it gonna look like the one on the wall back there?
Well, it'll go to this screen.
Yeah, I know, but is it gonna, because I wish my computer had picked up all of that.
So yeah.
Okay, so capping Livonia and ending at Redford in 16. And then the okay, so the Harper Woods, suggesting if Harper Woods could be moved into District 12, along with where the Moss, Yorkshire Woods, and Morningstar East English Village.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
That wouldn't help me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Is there an 18? Okay, then I think that's all of our second in person that are in the room right now. So then we will move back to the virtual public commenters second time. And I will ask Sarah Reinhardt to call those names because I'm not sure who has signed up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have one participant who's requested to speak for a second time virtually, and that's Mr. James Gallant. Please allow us a moment to unmute you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All righty. Thank you, James Gallant. These are my opinions, and to the commission as a whole, of course. First, I'd like to echo the past commenter wanting to verify your political affiliations. We've said this dozens and dozens of times, and you just simply will not answer. I mean, what do you got to have to force this to court? So your lawyers are going to love that, but our tax money are at stake here. When I don't think that you folks get to actually identify as affiliating with a membership, a voting membership organization like a political party. You have a voting member or you're not. You're affiliated with them. They get to determine who affiliates with them. And it's interesting that neither political party has come out to speak about this at all. And they even comment about this, but this has been dozens and dozens of times. And it's still, like you said, identifying. I think the Secretary of State slipped in the part about identifying as affiliating, kind of like, I don't know. And, the other thing about that, and about the part about the Secretary of State, not here today. And I saw in the transcripts that Mike Brady suggested that as the Secretary of State, it said we will provide you with support. Well, the Secretary of State is not a we, unless of course she self-identifies and her pronouns are they, them, and then the past tense of that will be we. And I don't think that's it though, because the Secretary of State, Secretary without a vote, is not Sarah Reinhardt, the Office of the Secretary of State, not anybody else. And then we need to get with Dr. Nancy Wang, because she's the one that wrote this. I think it's disingenuous for the voters, not politicians, to say that, you know, thousands of people made this amendment. They didn't. About 10 people voted on this language. And that's the board of directors of the Voters Not Politicians as a nonprofit corporation. And that's Dr. Nancy Wang. And she did this on purpose. And now she must have forgot the part about if you don't put a designee in there, you can't have a designee. So this is completely wrong. And, you know, so could we just, Madam Chair, keep with the part about when you said, as the chair, you said that Robert's Rules of Order is not in the constitutional amendment. It's not. But Mike Brady, the Director of Legal Services, specifically instructed you and the Secretary of State that you must follow Robert's Rules of Order. And that was agreed to by University of Michigan, Michigan State University, what's that, Iveco, Grossman, Dr. Wang at Princeton, all of them have agreed in your orientation materials. And that's why it was presented to you that way. You must follow Robert's Rules of Order under our Constitution. Now, I think that you're pushing me towards starting and get another petition amendment to the Constitution, just saying we got to follow Robert's Rules as common law in America and in Michigan. And I think I'm going to be starting that as a project of the Suicide Prevention Coalition, because this is the problem, is the abuse. It's in real time abusing people's right to vote. You're saying, hearing no objections puts the onus on the member to object. Oh, the one that's always objecting. Yeah, I can see Commissioner Lett. Look at his eye right now. Oh, yeah, objection again. Oh, yeah, same thing again. As you ignore the community, what's being brought to you as a community, pick and choose. And
our second public comment participant for the second round of remote public comment is Anthony Scannell. Anthony, allow us just a moment to unmute you.
Thank you so much. I hear the Melvindale issue come up, and I've said, what I've said. I'm in Melvindale every day, but I really wouldn't mind which way it goes. But I think you've made good decisions with it either way, and you've heard from both sides. I'll just be in the middle there on that question. But I was looking at the portal, and michigan-mapping.org, the public comment portal, submission C1510 was, I think, a visual representation of that access community that was providing comment earlier. I really appreciate Mr. James Gallant's public comments. I think his citations of what has happened and maybe what should happen, I think there's right on. They're very detailed citations. So I appreciate that always, Mr. Gallant. And I would like to draw attention back to the question, what does it mean to be affiliated with a political party under this constitutional amendment? Because you can't be like a elected party officer, say I don't know, county vice president, county chair, county treasurer of your party, or would that even go so far as to include you can't be a precinct delegate? So then by what measure are you affiliated? I guess that could be checked in the public record if you've donated to candidates. Well, you could donate to candidates of both parties, major parties. So I think it's a flawed thing, but that's all I have.
Thank you for addressing the commission.
That concludes our current request for a second round of public comment.
Thank you. I'm up to number 18 for in-person. Is there anyone in the room who, you're 18? Oh, and you spoke your second time. So we're up to 19 then in the room. Is there anyone that I haven't called on that did sign up for first or second?
Ma'am, were you number 18 for signing up for a second public comment? Okay. And so you'd like to speak again? I understand. Okay. Okay. So it's her second public comment and she's number 18. So she hasn't.
You've
she's-
not spoken twice already?
No, she hasn't. She's only spoken once, unless I'm mistaken.
Twice. Okay, so as far as I know, everyone who wishes to speak has been able to speak twice. Anyone else is welcome. If they haven't already spoke twice, just go sign up out at the table and you'll be able to speak to us. Until we get more that wish to speak, feel free to look at the maps, ask questions of Mr. Taylor out there with his hand raised, and we will be here waiting.
Thank you.
Okay, so since we have 15 minutes before our lunch break and there's no one else in the room that seems to want to make a comment, we do have a little bit of business that we can take care of. So I will turn some time over to Executive Director Woods.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. We're here as a part of our director's report. If there's something that comes up or business-wise, we want to take advantage of the time that we have. And we're very grateful to Sarah Reinhardt. If you remember, when we were starting the mapping process and putting it together, Sarah was the one that took the lead and did a yeoman's effort in initiating the first round of mapping that we did in 2021 for the 2022 election cycle. And she has continued to assist us with regards to the mapping process and procedures regarding the reconfiguration of the 7 districts for the House. And so at this time, Sarah will lead out in the discussion with regards to that. And we just want to thank her and continue to recognize the extraordinary contributions she provided with the mapping process and policies and procedures. So Sarah Reinhardt, thank you again on behalf of the commission. And at this time, we'll return it to you.
Thank you, Executive Director Woods. So Commissioner, today we will be reviewing this document that I'm screen sharing right now, which is the 2024 procedure for the selection of House maps. This document is based on the 2021 mapping process document. The last section of that document, the adoption of maps. So we've kind of taken part of that process and modified it just a little bit to fit what you all are doing now, for you all to select a House map to submit to the district court pursuant to the district court's order, in this case listed here. And so just to kind of kick us off, as you all know, the final remedial state House map will be submitted to the district court no later than March 1st, 2024. So that's the timeline that we're working on. So I'm going to go through, and if you all have any questions, feel free to raise your hand or comment, and I can take questions as we go. And just as a reminder, I know that Executive Director Woods communicated this in the email. We're not voting, or you all are not voting on this today. I'm just presenting it for your awareness, and I believe it will be on the agenda for a vote tomorrow. Great. Okay, so these are the dates next week, which you all selected or voted and approved for this process to take place. And the maps that you'll be considering during that time are the 10 maps, the draft proposed maps, which are along the back of the wall here. So these are the maps that you will be choosing from for which one to submit to the court. And this is an important piece here. During this election process, you all have the ability to modify these maps based on what your attorneys classified as logical outgrowth of public comments received. Definitely sounds like an attorney wrote it there. But what it's saying is what you all hear during the public comments here, if you want to make adjustments based on that, you are able to do that. So this is really where we get into the process for what the days next week are going to look like for you all. So this is really just a recommendation for you all prior to the meetings to take a look at the beautiful maps that you all have here, familiarize yourself with them. If you're taking notes during the public comment period or the public hearings today and tomorrow, then review those notes. Just make sure you're ready to go next week. And then here is the procedure for the actual review and vote for the maps. So the commission chair or vice chair will facilitate an overview and discussion about all of the collaborative maps. So those will go first. And kind of like you all did during the deliberations, during the mapping sessions, you'll just go through each of them, talk about each of them. And During this overview and discussion, the commission by majority vote of members present may vote to amend one or more draft proposed maps. So that's the process through which you would make any edits that you want to make based on public comment that you've received. And then after reviewing and or making any minor adjustments to each map, the commission chair or vice chair will also facilitate a discussion offering the opportunity for each commissioner to talk about which maps you prefer. So which maps are your favorites and why? So you can have that discussion. This is a little bit different. This part here, just a conversation about which maps you prefer and why. This is a little bit different than what you all did the last go around. The last go around, it was more of a formal process where someone made a motion for each commissioner to state their top 2 preferred maps. And so you would go around and just state the name of your top 2 preferred maps for the record. So I really wanted to kind of pose the question here today, if you would prefer to do it that way, we can do it that way, or if you would just rather have it be more of an informal discussion that's on the record, we can go that route. Does any commissioner have a preference or a thought on that?
Yeah, I think this is Steve Lett. I think we should. I like this informal for a couple reasons. It's kind of what we do anyway, according to Mr. Gallant. So I wouldn't want to disappoint him.
Thank you, Commissioner Lett. Does anyone else have a thought on that?
This is Commissioner Kellum. I too agree with the informal discussion format because I think it speaks to the importance of the process in a genuine way that we have very thorough discussion and it doesn't create this type of like bottleneck of forced voting and any sort of weirdness that could take place by trying to nail down your top 2 maps. I think it'll be more decisive if we're able to discuss and we can have shared thought leadership in the maps that we're choosing.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Kellum. Okay, so the next step after discussing the maps and reviewing them for the public benefits and talking about your preferred maps will be the actual vote itself. So once we move from the discussion, the vote will occur in this format. The commission chair or vice chair will call for a motion for the secretary to conduct a roll call vote. And the motion would be for the commissioners to vote for a final remedial state house plan to submit to the district court. And then commissioners will vote by stating the name of their preferred plan to submit. So when we go around, each commissioner would just state the name of the map that they would want to adopt. Does that make sense? Great. And then the secretary will record the votes and will confirm if any plan received a constitutional majority. So what is a constitutional majority? Just as a review, the Constitution provides for the criteria, the threshold really for any approved map to meet during a vote for it to be considered adopted. And what that looks like is at least 2 commissioners who affiliate with each major party voting in favor of a map, and at least 2 commissioners who do not affiliate with a major party, or we can refer to it as the 2-2-2 vote. So that would be 2 commissioners who affiliate with the Republican Party would need to vote in favor of a map. 2 commissioners who affiliate with the Democratic Party would need to vote in favor of a map, and then 2 who do not affiliate with either major party. If no constitutional majority is achieved for the initial vote, we'll repeat that discussion and voting process twice more. So there will be 3 initial rounds of voting. And then if no map achieves a constitutional majority that 3rd time, then that's when we would move on to the the ranked choice vote, which is described in the Constitution. So I'm going to pause there. Does anyone have any questions? Not seeing any, so I'll move on. So if no map achieves a constitutional majority for the first 3 rounds of voting, the Constitution describes that you would move on to a ranked choice vote. I want to be clear here that the Constitution doesn't say you need to vote 3 times and then move on. It just says I'm paraphrasing here. If it fails to meet that threshold, you would need to do a ranked choice vote. So doing it 3 times is something that we would recommend as the commission, like doing it a substantial amount of times before moving on. Does that make sense? Okay, seeing nodding. So the ranked voting, how would that work? As the secretary, we will call on each commissioner in rotating alphabetical order for each commissioner to audibly indicate the draft proposed map that they would like to submit for the ranked choice vote. So we would call on each one of you and you would let us know which map would you like to vote on for the ranked choice. Each commissioner may submit 1 draft proposed map for consideration, and more than 1 commissioner may submit the same draft proposed map. So if you like the same map as the commissioner sitting next to you and you both want to submit the same map, you are welcome to do that. The secretary will record which commissioner has submitted which draft proposed map and the commissioner's corresponding party affiliation. And this ties into a constitutional requirement, which I'll go into in just a moment. So if you're wondering why we have to do this, I'll explain it in just a second. So next, I will pull up a Microsoft form, which is a kind of survey software. And I will live share my screen while I'm creating it to input the names of the plans that each of you submitted. And then I will send you all the link to the plan via email, and you'll be able to rank them in your order of preference, with number 1 being your most preferred, and then the final plan submitted being your least preferred. And you will submit that. And then if any commissioner is unable to access the form for any reason, maybe you're joining by phone because you're having internet issues or something like that, you would just audibly relay to me over the Zoom, what your preference is in ranked order. So each commissioner will have 10 minutes to complete the form and submit it. Obviously, if you need more time, we can definitely accommodate that, but we'll start with 10 minutes. And after 10 minutes has passed and we have the results of the ranked choice vote, I'll read the results of each commissioner's vote for you to audibly confirm publicly what your preferences are. So I'll go through everyone's votes, and then we'll read the result of the vote. So this italicized text here, this is directly from the Constitution. So it states that each plan shall be assigned a point value inverse to its ranking among the number of choices, giving the lowest ranked plan 1 point and the highest ranked plan of point value equal to the number of plans submitted. So if there's 14 plans submitted, your first choice map will get 14 points. The commission shall adopt the plan receiving the highest total points. So I'll add everything up on an Excel spreadsheet, and then I will share that Excel spreadsheet so you can all see it. And so members of the public can see it, and we'll be able to see which plan received the most votes. And it also prescribes like a threshold kind of here for the ranked choice vote as well. So it has to be ranked among the top half of plans by at least 2 commissioners not affiliated with the party of the commissioner submitting the plan, or in the case of a plan submitted by non-affiliated commissioners, is ranked among the top half of plans by at least 2 commissioners affiliated with a major party. So this piece here from the Constitution is why we have to do that initial part with commissioners submitting a plan that they want to be voted on, because it has to meet this certain threshold based on the commissioner that submitted it. So finally, I will announce the results of the ranked choice vote and share that spreadsheet so everyone can see, and we'll know which plan has won. Now, there is a slim possibility that there might be 2 plans tied for the highest point total, and the Constitution states what should happen if that occurs. So it does say that if that is the case, then we would move on to a random selection of the final submitted plans. And we would schedule that with an independent accounting firm. And that's something that would be handled by the state no later than February 29th, 2024. And then finally, in this document, I just included all the constitutional language on the adoption of a map, so you can see it yourself if you want. And yeah, that's the whole document. I know that was a lot. Does anyone have any questions?
I don't see any questions. Nate Fink.
Hi, everyone. I don't have a question. I just wanted to make a clarifying point just on that last point that Sarah made there. And first of all, thank you, Sarah, for presenting this. And I think it's unlikely we get to this point, but if there are two maps in the ranked choice voting process that are highest ranked, then I believe the Constitution says that the secretary will do a random selection between those two. If none of the maps meet the constitutional criteria under the ranked choice voting process, and none of them are selected through that process, then the secretary would do a random selection of the maps that were submitted for the ranked choice voting process. So I think there are two different stages, and that's, I think, provided for in the document that Sarah was presenting, but I just wanted to clarify that point. I think it's unlikely that we get to that, but just wanted to clarify that point.
Thank you, Mr. Fink.
Okay, is there any other questions or comments? I don't see any. It is now 1 o'clock. That is our scheduled lunch break. And so we will come back at 2 o'clock for more public comment. So I think we've had public comment come in person. Can you raise your hand if you signed up for a public comment? No, I'm just seeing, we have a scheduled lunch break that we publicize from 1 to 2. So I'm just seeing if we have time to take these public comments before we leave for lunch. So it looks like there's 4 of you. So I think we're on number 19. Is one of you number 19? Yes. Okay, go ahead and speak. We will take these 4 and then we will go to lunch.
Good afternoon. My name is Racing McDonald, Precinct Delegate for Precinct 248. And I had the opportunity to view some of the maps in the back, and the best map that I see fit that would work would be the Motown South.
Madam Chair, I apologize for the interruption. I just wanted to note that our scheduled break from 1 to 2, it does look like our interpreters have taken a break right now. So I'm not sure if it's recommended for us to proceed with public comment without our accommodations.
I see. Thank you. So I'm sorry. We did hear your comment, but yeah, we are not able to continue during this break time. So you will be first in line when we come back at 2 o'clock. Okay, we are back from break. It was a break, not a recess. Do we need to call roll, Sarah Reinhardt? Okay, will you please call the roll?
Good afternoon, commissioners. When I call your name, if you would be so kind as to say present so that we can continue with roll call. If your present location has changed as you are attending virtually,
Pardon the interruption. Could we get quiet in the room while we're calling roll for just a moment? I'm sorry about that. Folks in the back of the room. I apologize for the interruption. We're taking roll call and we need to hear the commissioners. If we could have quiet in the room for just a moment. Thank you so much.
I'll start again. Good afternoon, commissioners. When I say present, please call your name. When I call your name, please say present. If your physical location has changed, if you are not here in the room with us, please share that information so that our roll call may be accurate. I will start with Commissioner Andrade.
Present.
Commissioner Callahan,
Present.
Commissioner Curry, Commissioner Eid,
Present.
Commissioner Kellum,
Present.
Commissioner Lang,
Present.
Commissioner Lett,
Present.
Commissioner Muldoon,
Present.
Commissioner Orton,
Present.
Commissioner Zatella,
Present.
Commissioner Vallette,
Present.
Commissioner Wagner,
Present.
Commissioner Weiss.
Present.
Madam Chair, there are 12 commissioners present. You have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will resume with our in-person public comment. And I believe we are at, well, number 19 shared with us, but I believe that the interpreters were not present. Is number 19 still here?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Are you number 19?
That's all right.
Sorry. Oh, right. I'm sorry. And before we start that, we do have a presentation for those that weren't here this morning. So we'll have this short presentation, then we will move on to number 20.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission public hearing. We are so happy to have each and every one of you here today. And we just want to go over a brief purpose with regards to why we're here. And we're doing this at every break. So we provide an orientation to the meeting, knowing that people are coming from different backgrounds and may not share the same common knowledge. We want to kind of bring people up to speed. I'd like to express our appreciation to Greater Grace Temple and Bishop Charles H. Ellis III for hosting us today with regards to this wonderful facility. We appreciate the entire team that has gotten together to ensure your comfort and ability to provide public comments in a safe and secure environment. I'd like to thank Veronica Phillips, who's the event coordinator for Greater Grace Temple, for all the work that she has done in her team in setting up this public hearing. We also like to appreciate the Southeast Michigan Council of Governments who provided a presentation to the commission, the City of Detroit Neighborhood Department, the various community organizations over the last month where they have allowed the commissioners or team to come either in person or in virtual to speak. I'd like to thank our civic leaders such as Council President Mary Sheffield, Councilmember Fred Durhal, and others across the city, Fannie Lou Hamer and others who allowed us to come in and present, whether it was a formal presentation or during the coffee hour. We greatly appreciate that. And then we also like to thank our volunteers who are helping outside with regards to processing public comments in terms of registering people to speak and asking questions for people that come in. This is really a total team effort as relates from the commission standpoint. We'd like to express our appreciation to each and every one of them. The history. In 2018, Michigan passed Proposal 2, a ballot initiative for voters and not legislators to take responsibility for nonpartisan redistricting, and created the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Committee. The commission is comprised of 13 randomly selected Michigan residents, which includes 4 Democrats, 5 independents, and 4 Republicans. The MICRC is responsible for redistricting the U.S. congressional districts, which are 13, the Michigan House districts, which are 110, and the Michigan Senate districts, which are 38. We are not responsible, I repeat, we are not responsible for the redistricting that's taking place within the city of Detroit or any county redistricting efforts. The redistricting has 7 ranked criteria. Under the old standards to APO standards, they really focused on county, city, and township boundaries. But in this new legislation, there are 7 ranked redistricting criteria that the commission is required to follow. It is not optional where they can make number 7 important or number 4 important or number 2. They have to follow it in this ranked order. The first is equal population in the Voting Rights Act. The second is geographically contiguous. The third reflects states' diversity and communities of interest. 4, no disproportionate advantage to any political party. 5, no favor or disfavor to an incumbent elected official or a candidate. 6, reflect consideration of county, city, and township boundaries. And number 7, be reasonably compact. Recently, the Western Michigan District Court of Southern Division found that the commission drew maps focused on race in violation of the 14th Amendment, the Equal Protection Clause, and disenfranchised Black voters. I need to repeat that there was no finding regarding the Voting Rights Act at all. The court ordered the commission to reconfigure State House Districts 1, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, and 14, and not focus on race. In other words, the commission was given the directive to draw race-blind maps, to draw maps that didn't focus on race, even though the first ranked redistricting criteria was equal population in the Voting Rights Act. Why should you care? Redistricting is your chance to make sure your voice and your community's voice is heard and represented. When we talk about communities of interest in terms of your community's voice, we're talking about 3 things in particular: historical characteristics, cultural characteristics, and economic interests. When we speak about historical characteristics, we're really speaking about neighborhoods. In the old method, they were so concerned about keeping county, city, and township boundaries together that they split up neighborhoods. And neighborhoods is really what represents you and identifies your needs and your concerns in choosing your representation. In this new method, the 3rd rank criteria reflects states' diversity and communities of interest. The historical aspect relates to neighborhoods. There's also cultural characteristics. In particular, the MENA population, the Middle Eastern, North African population. We have more here in the Dearborn area than any other place outside of the Middle East. They are not considered in the census because they're deemed white. And so they want their own community of interest, and they can do that in this new redistricting process. So cultural characteristics would be MENA, could be LGBTQ, or anything along those lines with regards to the cultural characteristics. The next thing is called economic interest. Economic interest. Economic interest refers to waterfront property. It could be an art district, it could be a business district, but we're trying to keep those communities at whole in this redistricting process. So when we say redistricting can keep your community together, that's what we're talking about. And that's why it's so important. And we're glad that each and every one of you are here to hashtag show up, speak up, hashtag show up, speak up. Last but not least, when you're taking a look at this information, is redistricting will help make sure your elected officials reflect your values on important issues such as healthcare, education, public safety, and justice. And we believe by keeping communities together, you will be able to elect representation that has the same common interests as you do. And so therefore, we're very happy that you're here to show up and speak up. Why we are here. We are here to hear directly from you regarding the 9 draft proposed maps and the 1 individual map. We want to understand what map best represents you and your community of interest as is, or with minor tweaks. We want to learn from your feedback to select the best map in compliance with the court order and the 7 ranked redistricting criteria. Public comment guidelines. Want to share with you that you have up to 90 seconds to speak. Okay, you have up to 3 minutes to speak. Only once, or another 3 minutes. Okay, it's your lucky day. You can speak up to 3 minutes one time, and then you can come back again and speak for another 3 minutes on the same day. So if you want to come and speak 3 minutes now, 3 minutes later, sign up and come to Second Ebenezer tomorrow and do 3 minutes then and 3 minutes later. You can have 12 minutes to ensure that your voice is heard. You have to address the commission as a whole and not an individual member. Now, we're here professional. We want to hear from you. We need this back and forth dialogue. So please, please, please address the commission as a whole, because the commission is the one that makes the decision as a body and not an individual member. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks, or who shall become boisterous or disruptive while addressing the commission, you may be requested to leave the microphone. Once again, this is a professional a meeting. We want to have good interaction and conversation. There's a chance that the commission might ask you, and you will get, that doesn't count with your 3 minutes, just so we're clear, it won't count at all. But they might ask you, I repeat, they might ask you some follow-up questions. So let's make sure we have good dialogue as we help them with regards to the map. Number 4, if any person disrupts the orderly process of a meeting or refuses to comply with applicable MICRC guidelines and rules, the chairperson may rule that person out of order and or order their removal from the meeting. This is like a last ditch effort. This is not something that we want to do, but we just want to put it out there as part of our rules and procedures so people are aware of what the consequences are. But nevertheless, we believe we're going to have a healthy meeting. We're going to have an engaging meeting, and we're eager to hear from you. So we just thank you in advance for complying with these guidelines. I want you to show up and speak up. Like us or follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or TikTok. Subscribe to our MRCRC YouTube channel. Submit public or mapping comments at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. And if you have any questions or need additional information, you can call us at 1-866-MAP-FAIR. That's 1-866-627-3247 for questions or more information. If you have need any assistance with regards to seeing a map or identifying what district you're in, I would like Ryan in the back to wave his hand. Ryan's here to answer any of those questions for you and show you right there on the map where you are. There's 10 maps behind you of the 9 collaborative maps and the 1 independent map. So please take a look at that as well. And once again, we want to thank you, most importantly, for taking time out of your schedule to show up and speak up and ensure your voice is heard as the commission deliberates on what best map would be great for the 7 reconfigured districts that the court is ordering us to remediate. Once again, thank you so much for being here. And without further ado, we'll turn it back to the Madam Chairperson, Cynthia Orton.
Thank you, Director Woods. Okay, so individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live public comment to the commission will now be allowed. We will start with the live public comment first, the in-person, and then that will be followed by the remote public comment. So you will have 3 minutes to address the commission, and please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer go off. And we are going to start with number 19 because I think they are back. No?
19's not here. Starting.
Okay. We thought they were back. Okay, number 20.
What was your number?
What is your number in red? 21. Okay. If there's no 19 or 20, then we're going to 21.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all. My name is Michelle Thomas. I'm a proud UAW member as well as a proud Detroiter. I stand here in support of the Motown Sound map. I believe it is a good map that shows great representation for the voters in Detroit, and we do depend on maps for fair and balanced representation. As we know, in 2018, the voters, we all made it clear that we wanted maps to reflect our communities. And I once again stand in support of the Motown Sound map. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 22. $20, 22? No, 23?
Good afternoon, right? Yeah, good afternoon, Commission. I am Nicholas Barnes, a 29-year resident of Detroit. I'm a Special Olympics basketball coach, soccer coach with the Detroit Public Recreational Department, and an advocate in my community. And I'm very passionate about these districts in Detroit and making sure that we get the Black representation that we need in Detroit. I know that there's an argument around partisan fairness, but if you really look at the data, there's no real change to the maps on a partisan scale. So my biggest thing is, why not try to get the best Black districts available in Detroit? So looking at the maps, I honestly believe that the Motown Sound is one of the better maps that has been drawn. But I do believe that there are some edits that can be made to make those districts a little more VRA compliant and increase the population around there. One of the biggest things I've seen about that map that should be changed, that you did a really good, I will say, on the Spirit of Detroit map, was keep the Lakeshore communities together. I think that Harper Woods and Grosse Pointe are 2 areas that should be drawn together because they share a lot of civil services and school systems that are very vital to those communities. And I think that if they express having those 2 together, I think that's something that you should take into consideration. Also in District 1, I believe that we can beef up the numbers down in District 1 and make that over 40% as long as you move around certain pieces inside of the Motown Sound map. I plan on drawing a new map tonight, combining the Motown Sound and Spirit of Detroit maps and submitting for you all to see. So besides that, one of the issues that I had just from a more technical side is that when I go to your beautiful website and try to download shape files, I have an issue with the Motown Sound shape file. I am not allowed to put that file into the program that I'm using. I want to see, is there a way for me to get that file that I can use, or a better version? Because the other 9 files work. It's just that one doesn't work. I don't know if it's something on my side or something on the.
Why don't you go talk to Ryan Taylor that's in the back?
Okay,
and
cool.
He should be able to help with that.
Thank you. And then one thing that kind of concerned me, I don't know if anybody brought up, is what happens to the data that you're collecting on the new map form? Because me personally, I feel like that's a lot of sensitive data that I had to give out to just share my voice about my community. I feel like I shouldn't have to give my address and my phone number. And I'm really concerned on where that data goes and who has that data, because we live in a day and age now where data is the new gold. And I feel like that is kind of I wouldn't say a violation of people's data rights or privacy rights, but I just feel like that's a lot of sensitive information to collect from people just for them to come and just tell you, hey, you drew my neighborhood wrong. So I don't know if this can be changed going forward in the further process, but I like the way you did it on the comment portal where the person can just put a name and an email and call it a day. I feel like that new comment system is kind of intrusive for a lot of people and may turn a lot of people off from engaging in this process. Thank you for your time and good luck.
Thank you for that comment. I believe Secretary of State can talk to that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sir, I would note that for signing up for live public comment in person, we don't collect any information. So if someone was asking you for personal information, oh, you mean the online sign up? Okay, so some of the additional information like an email address is required so you can send so we can send a link for you to join the Zoom meeting to your email address. But that information is only used for that purpose and it's retained by the Secretary of State's office, who's the secretary for the commission. Yeah, so the additional information that's requested on there is something that you can provide if it's like an optional thing to provide. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Okay, we can connect offline and talk about it, but thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you for addressing the commission and bringing up those questions. Number 23. 24.
Good afternoon, distinguished commissioners. We are very, very honored to have you in the city of Detroit. I know you're going to go on the east side tomorrow as well. I think this is a great opportunity for citizens to voice their opinion on things that concern us. Commissioner Woods, that was a great introduction. I think that culturally, I am here to represent culturally the city of Detroit. I'm a 62-year-old Black man that live in the 48235 district. I'm about 4 minutes from my house and my business. My business is American Rack. We make safe storage systems to keep guns away from children. Big issue, be working with you on that as well. The stated, that is. At the end of the day, the maps is the key. They used to be done in closed rooms with none of us in there that had any type of representation to explain what could and could not happen. Now that we have an opportunity to make a difference, I charge each one of you to think about not only yourself, but the children of other people, not like yourself, who have to live with the decisions that you make. When you draw districting lines, you determine who's going to represent us in Lansing and federal representation. That is very important. We left Britain because of that. You know, you cannot have representation and not be representing all the people. So I hope that, you know, this meeting today touches each one of your hearts and lets you do things that you might not want it to do, but, you know, a spirit came across you and said, hey, I should do the right thing. We can't control everything, but the things we can control, we try to do. We are about change. You know, 10 years ago, you didn't think that Uber was important or mass or Lysol, and then it became very important. Things change in one day, but when you draw these new lines, could you please consider that little children who can't say anything about anything are counting on you to do the right thing so that they can grow up healthy, just like the children that you're around and you grow up around. We cannot always have a us and them mentality. In 2024 and beyond, tribalism has become horrible, and we cannot get caught up into that to the extent that right is not right and wrong isn't wrong. In closing, I'm just going to say that my goal is to protect children from firearms. That's what my lifelong mission is. You will find out about me by looking at my shirt. However, I will not state my name. I came in person, so I didn't have to give all my information online. I drove 4 minutes to get here. And I hope that my message resonates with you. At the end of the day, God looks at what your motives are. Remember that. And I'm really grateful to talk to each and every one of you. You seem like a great group of people, and I hope that you draw the lines properly. I looked at the maps just today, and it looks like I like the Riverwalk and the Motown map the most. So thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission, sir. Number 25.
Hello, my name is Loretta Hill. I live in area code 48235. I've lived there since 1973. I'm a retired nursing supervisor. And the first time I saw the maps a couple of years ago, I was totally outraged because it was divided like a pizza with the widest portion of the pizza slices all located in the suburbs around Detroit, which rendered Detroit completely impotent. Now, I sent a letter in and somebody invited me here. But Detroit is the largest city in Michigan, whether you like it or not. I'm sorry. Okay, and we need representation. And as far as I'm concerned, you need to put your felt pen down on 8 Mile and Telegraph, and you need to draw a black line all the way to the river. Everything south of that 8 Mile is Detroit, and everything north of it can take care of their own business. And I don't care how you divide up Detroit. I know I'm in the far northwest corner. I'll share my opinion with people down on West Chicago and Tireman or wherever in Detroit. But I want to maintain the integrity of Detroit, and I don't want it diluted by redlining. Period. And I feel a lot of people in Detroit feel that way. We didn't make 8 Mile. We didn't create it. 8 Mile was created in the 1920s and 1930s because of redlining. It's there, it exists, you have to live with it, and we want to maintain our integrity in Detroit. My issues are Detroit. I don't want a representative from Mount Pleasant or Royal Oak or Ferndale, although I like Ferndale. Okay, really, I spent a lot of time in Ferndale. Okay, but I want somebody from Detroit to represent me with my problems. And my problems are the same as somebody downtown in DeQuinder and somebody on West Chicago Boulevard and somebody out the west side on Plymouth Road, but not somebody in Ferndale, as much as I like Ferndale. Thank you.
Ms. Hill, wait a minute, Ms. Hill.
Yeah.
I don't know what your time looks like. If you've already done this, then just throw it back in the lake that I'm getting it from. But if you have some time, can you share, and this is Commissioner Kellum, I'm the one talking to you right up front.
Where?
Right.
Okay, yeah, right here.
Me,
Okay,
it's
sorry,
me talking.
I'm looking over this.
No, it's okay. If you could look at the maps
There's
that we
two
have in
maps
that.
that almost maintain the integrity 8 Mile.
Okay, what are they? That's all I want to know.
One of them is Willow, and I forgot the other one.
You like Willow, okay.
Because it only crosses over, I think, Ferndale, I think a little bit, it crosses over into Ferndale, and maybe it just crosses over a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But you got to maintain that 8 Mile.
Okay, go back and look again and then speak again if you have a chance. Thank you, Ms. Hill.
Thank you. Okay, number 26.
Good afternoon. My name is Lucinda Kiles. I'm a concerned, involved, and committed voter and citizen of House District 5. And I did work on the Voters Not Politicians campaign and circulated petitions because it matters to me that there is the voice of the people deciding things and not the political parties going back and forth. So I wanted to say today, after looking at the maps, first of all, secondly, I guess I'll say thank you all for all the work you're doing. And I can only imagine how hard and time consuming it is, but I really do appreciate each and every one of you being willing to do this hard work. And I would ask that you would adopt the Motown Sound map, because I think this map best addresses the concerns of fair and accurate representation of all, and it would also be in compliance with the Voting Rights Act, I think, so that we wouldn't have to go through this yet again. I think it's properly compact. I think it doesn't go very far above 8 Mile as I looked at it across the lines, and I just want to wish you all well and hope that you can redraw at the courts across something that remains or becomes even more fair and representative than you were able to do before. and holds to the principles that were outlined in that lovely presentation that you did for us at the beginning. So thank you again.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 27, or were you 27? I get confused with the numbers. 27.
Number 27 here. I'm really glad you gave us an extra minute because I just want to tell you how much we appreciate what you're doing and how much work it is. It's just amazing. And I know when we started on the redistricting project 4 years ago, no one could envision that we got to this point. So just please know that I'm giving each and every one of you a hug and glad that you're here, and thank you very much. I'm Nina Abrams and I'm from Huntington Woods, and I've been paying attention to redistricting now since you guys started. I am urging the adoption of Motown Sound Map. It's constitutionally fair, impartial, transparent, and application. It has good lines around cities and counties, but it also crosses the border in some senses. I was critical of your crossing the border before, and I apologize, I was wrong. I thought the experience of the last 2 years in crossing the border gave us a sense of regionalization and introduced us to new neighborhoods and new friends. So I'm glad that there's some pureness around 8 Mile, but I'm also glad in about 3 or 4 situations you cross 8 Mile and mix this up a little bit. I think that's good. For me personally, in Huntington Woods, you have kept in Motown Berkeley School District together. We're Huntington Woods and Berkeley. We have the same safety thing. We have the same school district, and we share the same downtown. Among the maps, I think that Motown Sound is the best balanced of your 7 criteria: partisan fairness, equality, VRA standards, common sense, contiguous borders. Good job. And you keep communities of interest together. I've heard other people talk about that, and I think that's a very positive thing. And I want to say that the authors of this map who work together collaboratively, thank you. You did a great job in listening to the Detroit voices. We have the most districts for minority voters to have a representation and fewer split county pizzas. And I'm really hoping that we use a commission map and not a special master map. And I think that Motown Sound is the map that is most likely to pass in the courts.
Thank you for your comments. Number 28.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure and an honor to stand before you. A couple of years ago, I stood before you and I was really disappointed. But today I am proud of the work you have done. You may or may not remember, but I asked the commission to do the right thing. I was talking about took a line from Spike Lee's movie, and you have done the right thing. Now, this order that we draw these districts was done on December 21st by 3 federal judges. I'm not saying you guys didn't want to do it, but you were mandated to do it. And again, I want everyone to understand the power of the people, the power of your vote. Because if we had not said anything, and Sherry Gay Dagnago and her team hadn't said anything, we would have had those maps. Understand the power of voting. I want to take another movie, Claudine. And in that movie, her son told her, "Mama, I feel like I'm invisible." And that's how we in the community felt, that we were invisible to you. We were overlooked and ignored. We were taken for granted because of our good nature and our culture. You diluted, not you personally, but the people that drew those maps diluted our political power. And that's why it's important, like a day today, that we honor a great man who was assassinated, Malcolm X, that we do the work. Because right now, historically and today, maps in Michigan and around the country are flawed, fatally flawed. But we as a people, as Detroiters, we will never stop fighting. We don't have to prove our worth. We just want what belongs to us, our unalienable right to vote. Now, the Constitution has nothing in there saying that you're guaranteed the right to vote. That came from the Supreme Court with the 14th Amendment in 1868 after the Civil War, for people who have been enslaved to guarantee them equal protection of the law. But the trickery continues. Whether it's counting pennies or beans in a glass jar or crafting maps drawn by Zorro's sword, the struggle continues. Gerrymandering or bad decisions, however you want to define it, the people have suffered. And because of that struggle, to not accept us, disrespect us, we're not invisible, we rise. We rise in honor of our ancestors and to provide for our children and celebrate them. So on behalf of the CBTU, I'm the President Michael Joseph of the Detroit chapter of the Coalition of Black Trade Unionists. We support the Motown map because it's clear, it's transparent, and it's honest and gives people an opportunity. Folks, your vote is important. A year ago, you asked for an amendment to become law. You can vote early. Please vote. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 29.
Good afternoon, teams of commissioners. Okay. Good afternoon, the team of the commissioners of Michigan. Thank you for this opportunity to stand before you and to have the opportunity to voice my opinion on, not my opinion, but to speak up. And my name is Nora Simmons, and I am a retiree and a homeowner. And I am addressing the sanitation, that part. Today, as I was coming down here, I saw a truck, the garbage truck. This is our pickup day. And the truck was filled up. And as it was going, the trash was just blowed all over. What was the point of picking up the trash and you still got the trash going all over the place? And not only that, when they're coming to cut the grass, vacant lots and so forth, they cut over the trash, and the trash is just torn up in pieces, still scattered all over the lot. What's the point? If you're going to cut the grass, you're supposed to make it look decent, and trash is all over the place. And so I just wanted to bring this to your attention that when you are redistricting the place, the areas, that you do not just think of just the affluent neighborhoods, trying to put all of them together and leave out the weaker, areas of Detroit. We have a, billboard, or we used to say that keep Detroit beautiful, but yet, you're not, doing a job that should be done. It wouldn't be done in Grosse Pointe. I'm not blaming the employees of the truck drivers or whatever, because I don't know what their issues are or what they have to go through, but maybe they don't have enough trucks to, just go and, and they're filling them all the way up, and they just, it's out of their control. So we should have enough trucks, so that they can do their job without, just having a mess going about. So anyway, when you are redistricting, I think you should consider taking the affluent neighborhoods with the weaker neighborhoods, put them together so that there be some respect when they come to do their job, that they will say, oh, they will, when they see that the trash is going everywhere, that they will, not do that, or go back and reload, or whatever they need to do. Thank you. Oh, and by the way, my choice is Motown map. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 30.
Good afternoon. My name is Cheryl Thompson Marsh. I am a homeowner in the city of Detroit. And I also worship in the city, and I have concerns that we continue this process in a fair way, that that you all operate in integrity. The voters spoke and we asked for you. And now we're coming before you today to remind you that we have some needs, and some of those needs are to keep neighborhoods together, to make sure that people who live and work together in their communities are also able to have representation that represents them. And so I do want to support the map Motown Sound. I see that it offers some of the things that I am most concerned with. And I would just remind you, as you deliberate, that you consider the comments that have been made here today, because representation does matter. And we all know and have heard that taxation without representation is just not fair. And so we are just asking for you to have a fair process as you deliberate in the selection of the maps, and also adhere to what the courts have mandated. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 31.
Hi, good afternoon. Hello, commissioners. My name is Lori Lisi. I am not a Detroiter. I live in Huntington Woods, and I'm in a district, though, that it will be affected in many of the maps that you have drawn, because we are right next door to some of the districts you need to redraw. I also wanted to echo that I really appreciated the presentation you guys did before. I thought that was very well done and brought everybody up to the same level of knowledge. I want to thank you for your very hard work. And I'm here also to speak in favor of the Motown Sound map. And I'm glad to hear a number of Detroiters also being in favor of this map. It is the best of all the maps for being compliant with the Voting Rights Act, for providing the most opportunity districts for minority voters, and of the greatest importance to me, the most partisanly fair of all the maps currently under consideration. I was a petition circulator for the ballot initiative that led to the formation of this commission. And to a person, the people that signed my petitions were signing because they wanted Michigan district maps to be fair. While I strongly support the Motown Sound over all the maps currently under consideration, I would love to see some tweaks to that map to make partisan fairness even better. I would hope that this could be done without sacrificing VRA compliance and without decreasing the number of opportunity districts. If that's not possible, then I guess I would just ask you to leave it as it is, but I would ask you to look at tweaking partisan fairness. I know you guys have a very difficult balancing act to do when considering the court order and the criteria for drawing maps. However, I asked the commission to pick the Motown Sound map, hopefully with some partisan fairness tweaks, because I also believe it is the map that is most likely to be approved by the special master and will not result in the drawing of maps by the second special master. The initiative that led to the creation of this commission was passed, my hands are shaking, because citizens did not want their districts to be drawn in back rooms by a few individuals. Adoption of the Motown Sound should, fingers crossed, avoid this outcome. Thank you very much.
Ms. Lee, I'm sorry, Commissioner Orton, sorry. Go ahead, I had a question.
Go ahead.
Yes, I don't know if you can answer this though, so don't feel any more pressure than you might
Okay.
have already felt. And it's really for anybody that's giving comment as I'm taking notes, and maybe other commissioners are taking notes as well. If there are certain things, like you offer a tweak for partisan fairness, right? If you
Right.
have an idea that you can share in public comment or submit it online, that would be very helpful.
Okay, I don't know that I'm smart enough to do that.
Don't say that. None of us are either. We're regular people.
But maybe I'll talk with somebody smarter and,
Uh-huh.
and submit a comment online.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
I appreciate you guys listening to us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ryan Taylor, did you have something?
She's gonna say she could speak to him.
Oh, okay, sorry. I didn't catch the cues there. If you want to speak to Ryan Taylor in the back, he's raising his hand in the corner there by the door. He's the smart one that can help.
This is the last thing that I'll say, because I don't want to change anyone's public comment to come. If there's a particular map that you like or dislike, and you're talking about the map, you can say that you don't like it. You could also say that you do like it, but if you could include what the map does for your area, the area without giving all your personal business. But like if you like Motown Sound, if you like Water Lily, whatever the map is, if you could speak to what that does for your neighborhood, that'll be great for the commission. Or like I said, if it completely disenfranchises or disempowers an area that you specifically live in or work in or whatever that is, speak to that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, number 32.
Good afternoon. My name is Miranda Hawkins, and I am a resident of St. Clair Shores. I reside there with my husband Wayne and our 2 young daughters. And I've carefully reviewed the available proposed maps, and I believe that Motown Sound is the best available option. Thank you for your time, consideration, and your service on this important commission.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 33.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Dunn. My wife Debbie and I have resided in Lathrop Village for more than 32 years. Lathrop Village is a diverse, inclusive, and friendly community. Just looking at our own block, going up and down each side of the street, you will find Black families, white families, and immigrant families. You'll find straight, gay, and lesbian couples, retirees, empty nesters, families with young children, and even a single mother with not one, but 2 sets of school-age twins. I don't know how she does it. Various families practice their Christian, Jewish, and Muslim faiths, or don't practice any religion at all. And this is all within 1 block, 30 homes up and down the street. So I wish all Michigan communities were as open and welcoming as ours. I've reviewed the proposed maps, and Motown Sound is the best map available. Motown Sound is the one map that best threads the needle and meets all the key rank criteria, including compliance with the Voting Rights Act and other federal laws, 2, promotion of communities of interest, and 3, maintenance of partisan fairness. And I want to echo the earlier speaker that is especially important. You know, you guys made great strides in the earlier maps in providing partisan fairness across the state, and we really don't want to see any reversion back to the old partisan maps. I want to thank all of you for your time and hard work while you serve on this important commission. And in closing, I just want to strongly urge you to select the Motown Sound map and present it to the court on March 1st. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 34.
Good afternoon. My name is Brooke Harris, and I'm a resident of the Boston Edison neighborhood in Detroit. First, I'd like to thank the commissioners and staff for your work in redrawing these maps, and also for holding these hearings in accessible location, because I like to avoid downtown whenever possible. I also find the Motown Sound map to be the best out of the options listed. I appreciate the intentional care in that map to keep my neighborhood intact. It dips far enough east to go to Woodward instead of cutting us off at the lodge, which has happened in the past. I would encourage you all to tweak that map to take this type of care with all neighborhoods so that they can remain intact, and more of the communities of interest as possible, to not split them, as well as to make small edits to increase partisan fairness. Unfortunately, I too am not smart enough to know those offhand, but I can see what I can do and submit online. The Motown Sound Map is also the collaborative map with the most Black opportunity districts, helping to ensure that I and other Black Detroiters can have representation that looks like us and represents our interests. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 35.
Hi, everyone. Thanks a lot. My name is Marianne Fontana. I live in Huntington Woods. First of all, like so many have said, thank you for what you're doing, but I can't imagine it must have been pretty discouraging when you were told that you had to redraw these maps, because in practice, from what I saw, at least with regards to the House districts, I thought that they worked out to be pretty good. But I get it, and I'm glad that you were able to go back. And I think that what you drew is even better. And one of the things that I'll comment on, because no one else has mentioned Royal Oak Township. I don't live in the township. I live close to the township. I work with a lot of people in the township. And in the last map, they were split in half. So I'm so happy that you're keeping them together in one community. I think that's going to be really important to help that particular community. And there's other things. Like I said, I live in Huntington Woods. So keeping Huntington Woods with Berkeley, we share the same school district. That's like another important feature. Some people have mentioned maybe doing some tweaking. I really trust what you guys have been working on. And I think that you've got, you have delved into this far more deeply than I have, but thanks for the hard work. And, I think that looking at all of the maps, the whole idea is that we do not want a problem at the end of the month that this map is going to be rejected. And that's why I think the Motown Sound Map gives us the best possibility that the court will not reject that. And we have to take a map that's not drawn by the people, which is totally opposed to what we worked so hard to get at the beginning. So thanks again.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 36. No 36. 37. 38. Are you 38?
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. I appreciate all the work that you all have been doing for our city. I'm a Detroiter. My name is Toya Langford, and the reason why I'm here, I am for the Motown Sound Map as well. Also, I would like to know that as far as activities that we once had in the Detroit, as far as the activities that we once had in Detroit that's been taken away from us, I sort of became discouraged because I remember once there was the winter blast we used to have every winter during the month of January and February that's been taken out of Detroit. I remember that we used to have the state fair that was once in Detroit for years, where my daughter, who is now of an adult, we can no longer go to the Detroit. We no longer have a state fair in this large city that we have. I have been to the one in Novi, and I'm telling you, it's nowhere near comparison to the way it used to, the way it once was in the city of Detroit. So my concern is, why are we one of the largest cities in the world, but we don't have a state fair? We don't have, they taken away the winter blast. The RVs and E is in Royal Oak. I like Royal Oak. I like Ferndale. I like all the other little cities. But when you have a major city and that's been taken away from the city of Detroit, but then at the same time, you want people to represent Detroit and live in Detroit, what do they have to look forward to as far as the seasons go for their children, for their grandchildren, even for themselves as far as retirees to have somewhere to go to and vent somewhere besides being at home or just going to work and just coming home and trying to figure out what they should be doing? That's my concern.
This commission, so I'm Commissioner Kellum, and I miss my elephant ears too. But this body of 13 is we're regular citizens from all over of the state of Michigan, right? So we're not politicians, never run for anything. So we're representing our different neighborhoods and coming together to listen to you all, give feedback on the maps that we have in the back, which you did, which is Motown Sound. But we're not responsible, unfortunately, for the things that you said. So what we hope, and I think I can speak for the rest of the commissioners, we hope that we are drawing maps that inspires the folks that go to Lansing and other places to represent the Detroit area. We hope that this process and our maps inspire them to work hard to bring equitable activities and communities back together. That's what I can say to what you just shared with us.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, number 39.
Good afternoon. My name is Byron White, and I'm a proud homeowner in the city of Detroit. And I can appreciate the task that you were given in a short amount of time that you were given to complete it. But I was also very upset why we had to come back here and do this again. And I was also kind of disappointed with someone on the commission that wanted to go to court to try to maintain the maps that you had drawn. I was upset about that, especially about how the commission came to refer to, not refer, but to retain someone that gave you the information about how to draw these maps or how to go about it. Not considering, not knowing about Detroit or having any affiliation with the city of Detroit. And that bothered me. Hopefully we won't come back to this again. And the Detroit Sound map seems to be an efficient map. I have a lot of concerns about how the commission was comprised. I didn't like that as well, but that's what we were dealt with. So that being said, I hope you will consider that, because we in the city of Detroit always have to fight. We're continuing to fight. We're not the only ones fighting. People around the country are fighting, because when these maps are drawn, guess who gets marked out of those maps? Who is disproportionately affected by these maps, as far as resources, as far as diluting our vote, as far as our political representation. That's all we have. That's all we have is our vote. That's the most important thing that we have in this country today as African Americans, voting. My daughter just completed her thesis, her doctorate. And what her doctorate was, the ramifications, the psychological, financial, economical ramifications of African Americans due to regentification. When it's regentified, we lose a lot of equity. When we pay taxes in the city, supported the city, when everyone else has left the city. And then when the city is revitalized, where are we? We don't get an equal share. And the worst thing that we can be affected by is not getting an equal share and our voice being heard through our voting, because that's the only way we get resources. It's through legislation. That's me. Voted me out. Okay. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 40.
Hello, how you doing? Good. Let me know when you're ready. Okay, so hi, my name is Norman Clement. I represent myself, but also represent Detroit Change Initiative. I've been at this process since the beginning. And again, thank you for your service to redraw these maps again. I'll be brief. I know that folks are looking at the Motown Sound as one of the popular maps. I also recommend the Daisy 2 rep map. And the reason why is that the Motown Sound does bring up two concerns. Number one, the cracking of Dearborn. Also, the maps how they're drawn out of the Grosse Pointe Farms area. I believe with that map, we might be back in court again, and you might follow the same situation going back to the maps. Daisy 2 is a map that has been drawn, but also it does offer the same opportunity of representation, but also the other surrounding areas that they were deemed qualified were not touched. And so that is my concern on the other maps. So also following this process here, just want to make sure that folks understand that number one, once the commission's up, everybody has a chance to apply for the commission. So I recommend everybody in this room, all over the broadcast, if you want to apply for the next commission coming up, there's an application process. Everyone who's welcome to sign up. This is not a secret. This is no hidden math. You're welcome to sign up. And so hopefully you guys will take advantage of that. People around the city of Detroit, people around all the process over there that you can sign up and be part of the commission and get through a selection process. The second thing is that also I encourage folks to make their comments on the map. I encourage folks to realize what happens. And once we get a map, please be satisfied with it. If you don't like your representation, you vote them out. I understand that process. So the thing is that we definitely want a map that's fair, that is, biased, but we also want to know that we don't want to be in the same situation because some people think they're not represented when the maps are already drawn and have a higher percentage of representation by Black African Americans who are leadership in the office now. So that's my time. Thank you for doing your job. Have a great day.
Thank you for addressing the commission and thank you for that plug. Yes, we would say to everyone, you can be on the next commission or you can apply to be on the next commission. So number 41.
Well,
41.
I got the clock right here, right? I probably won't use all my time. Hi, my name is Richard Clement, and I'm a precinct delegate in precinct 92. First of all, the commission was drawn. We never ever want to go back to what it was before. Okay, and that's why the people spoke up in the first place. We wanted fair maps. We don't want the people, to be gerrymandered. We want to get rid of that. And I further recommend that we take this program to states like Texas that really got a messed up map. Because what's wrong is what's the nice part about this commission is that everybody has access to the same software, okay? And you can put it to the vote of the people like we did. So since Texas sued us to try to steal our votes, I think we ought to return the favor to Texas and sue them on the redistricting, okay? With that being said, everybody's kind of pushing the Motown map and it's okay, and let's start with the premise that the whole census was sabotaged in the first place, okay? And when I was I was an enumerator with the census and they were telling the people that if you answered the census, especially in Southwest Detroit, you're gonna get deported, okay? And that's the kind of factors we had to envision. And now with all these supercomputing and everything else, I remember in the census report, they were using drones to count people, And since this clown's busing these immigrants from Texas and throw them in sanctuary cities, we could probably do a quick recount with all the technology and everything and get some new numbers, okay? But overall, only thing I'm really worried about is that when you do these maps and everything, you don't slip up and go back to the way it was before to a different type of gerrymandering. Because, I like my rep Ayash, okay? He's a good dude. Other than that, I want to see the state Senate map. Have you done the Senate ones? Not yet. Okay, you're not going to touch the House maps, right? You're going to, no, the U.S. House. No, you're not going to touch those. That's good. So basically just keep up the good work and we must never, ever, ever go back to where it was before. And a little tweaks, we're going to get it together up here. Okay. I'm done. Peace.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 42. Is there a 42?
I think 41 is the most current number for signups.
Okay. Then we will go to our remote public comment. So for our remote public comment, I will call your name and our staff will unmute you. If you're on a computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you're on the phone, a voice will say that the host wants you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. Also, please note that if you experience technical or audio issues, or we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and return to you after they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email redistricting@michigan.gov and we will help you troubleshoot so that you can participate during the next public comment period or at a later meeting. You will have 3 minutes to address the commission. The first to provide remote public comment is Bronwyn Prater.
Bronwyn, you are unmuted and free to address the commission.
Good afternoon, and thank you for hearing from us today. My name is Bronwyn Prater, and I work for Access. I'm here to give my support to the Motown Sound Map, a map that gives enough consideration in keeping the Arab American as well as the Middle Eastern and North African communities together, and would also like for you to consider adding Melvindale back into District 3 and remaining a part of our community of interest. This community of interest originates from a culturally, geographically, and religiously diverse set of countries, but countries that share many experiences and challenges. Leaving this community of interest together will ensure that we're able to quantify its needs and would also mean that programs can be developed to meet the needs of these specific communities and that funding can be acquired to do so. Because MENA and Arab American communities are already going unrecognized by the federal government, they are undercounted and they're not able to accurately demonstrate the size and needs of their communities. The Motown Sound Map would best recognize the significant presence of this community in the region, as well as display the Commission's dedication to equity through the redistricting process. And I will just also extend my thanks to you all for the work you all are doing on this. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Chris Andrews.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Hello? Oh, thank you. Yes, this is Chris Andrews from Hazlitt. It appears to me that you are going to do one of two things, either pass Motown Sound or make adjustments to Motown Sound to improve fairness. And I think that I commend you on finding a solution to the racial unrepresentation problem. And it is incumbent on you to keep your final solution doing that. But for those of you who were in the process at the beginning, a couple of years ago, there were hundreds of people who told you that the Hickory map was very unfair and asked you to start over. Understandably, you didn't have the time to do that. But I think it's really important for you to try to reduce the unfairness. And Lisa Handley had said at the beginning of this process, the second time, what is fairness? She said it would be reducing or at least maintaining the level of unfairness that you have. And it's my belief that you can do that. The people are asking a good question of how do you do it? And I'll be the first to say, I don't know it. I'm not familiar with the districts, but I think that you have, certainly among your members, you have people who are familiar with the communities, and you've got experts who should be able to help provide some options. And I would think that if you ask your experts, your consultants to say, give us a few options that absolutely protect Black voters in the Detroit area, but reduce the unfairness of the maps, that they ought to be able to give you some options. And in the last election, when Democrats won landslide victories for governor, attorney general, and secretary of state, and there was abortion that was greatly driving turnout, it took all of that to have the tiniest of majorities for Democrats. And if you replace that and add a layer of more unfairness and go into more normal elections, I'm convinced that we will have one party winning a greatly disproportionate number of the elections. And as somebody before me said, the reason that people were out collecting petitions and signing petitions and voting for the constitutional amendment was because they wanted fair elections that where the will of the people is respected. So I encourage you to take see if you can find a better solution that reduces the unfairness. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next, we have Percy Johnson.
I'm mute. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, wow. Perfect timing. Yeah, so I came down and I looked at the maps that you have on the board, and I really liked Motown. I like the Motown map, the way it's shaped, and I like the title you gave me too. That's it. So yeah, I'm in for supporting the Motown map. It looks like we're giving, my concern has always been giving individuals who live south of 8 Mile some strength to where when they vote, that they can get representation that that lives in their neighborhood, and also that lives in that dynamic of the challenges that they live with in that neighborhood, or just living in that particular area. Because individuals I feel that live north of 8 Mile don't deal with the same situations that people have south of 8 Mile. So I'm in strong support for the Motown sound, and I like the name of it, and it takes me back to the song came from, that's people power. You know, there used to be an old Motown song, give the people the power. So we're doing that, letting the people instead of politicians and not people. I mean, people instead of politicians making the lines. That's what we want. We want the people to have the power to get the representation that they need. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. I think we have one more in person, number 42.
Thank you. My name is Steve Walker, and I live in Southwest Detroit, which of course is part of District 1. First, I want to thank Commissioner Zatella, who's expressed an interest in having a Latino district. Those of us in Southwest Detroit certainly do appreciate that. Unfortunately, thanks to the court decision, that's not feasible. To create a Latino district, you'd have to take away a Black district. Secondly, I hear a lot of people who like the Motown sound map, and I can see some of the advantages in that map. But I do notice it looks to me like it takes an East Side Detroit district and draws it up into St. Clair Shores. Now, somebody can explain to me what the community of interest is between St. Clair Shores and Detroit, but I'd really like to know that. That would be some news to me. Actually, the map I think I like the best is Daisy 2. I saw somebody earlier spoke to it also. The big advantage of Daisy 2 is it puts Melvindale back in with Dearborn, and you heard all those Arab Americans this morning who said they wanted Melvindale to be in with the rest of the Arab community, which makes perfect sense to me. I do think it would take some changes to make that map satisfactory to me. For example, Commissioner Curry pointed out at a previous meeting that River Rouge and Ecorse like to stay together, which I believe she's correct. In Daisy 2, Ecorse is cut off from the rest of District 1. I think it should be included. So I think the map needs to move a little bit south and include Ecorse. Obviously, when you do that, then you have to take the adjoining district and move that a little bit west, which I have no problem with. And when you do that, then you got to take the Lakeshore district and make an adjustment. I would think you'd add Harper Woods in. The mayor of Harper Woods was here this morning and explained how they feel like they're all part of the Grosse Pointes. The people I know who moved out to Harper Woods knew they were leaving Detroit. I don't think they would appreciate you putting them back in the Detroit House District. So I do think that that also could be done. And then I think you'd have the kind of district that would satisfy the court and achieve community of interest.
Thank you very much for addressing the commission. Is there anyone else in the room who wishes to provide public comment that has signed up that we haven't called on yet? I don't see any, so we don't have any more public comments right now. Director Woods, do we have any other business we can conduct at this time?
No, I think we could take a break.
Okay. All right. We will just take a 15-minute break, come back at 3:35. Okay, so we do have a few more public comments in person. So we are ready here to hear from number 43. Yeah, he's gonna do it.
Good afternoon. I'm first of all, I was on the Zoom call, I think a week or so ago. It wasn't really made clear to me the purpose of this meeting, as far as how it benefits the city of Detroit, because someone mentioned every 10 years you have to, I guess, renegotiate the lines of to basically determine, I guess what, I don't know how you determine the districts. So my question is, what's the purpose of the redlining? Why is it necessary? And if we as citizens are not in favor of our areas being spread out to, I guess, commune with suburban areas, do we have a vote in that say? Because if we don't have a vote in that say, basically we're doing what you want to do anyway. How do we prevent it or find out how it benefits us? Why are we doing this? Why is it necessary?
So I'll answer that just a little bit. Redistricting is necessary every 10 years with the census because the population shifts. So that's why we're doing this. And to the point of these public hearings is to listen to the public. So you speaking to us is how you can have your voice heard. If you go back and look at the maps that we have published for the public to view, you can see the districts, like the district that you live in, your community of interest. Then you can comment specifically, you do like something or you don't like something, or you think it should be a different way. The more specific you are, the more helpful it is for us when we're trying to draw these lines.
Because I live in Detroit, but you all place me in Brightmoor, which is the same thing. I don't understand how you determine how all of a sudden Detroit has been broken up in so many different pieces and parts. I mean, on one side of the street, I'm Detroit. On the other, across the street from me, that's Brightmoor. Stupid, but okay. So why is Detroit being broken up so much? And when you say the population has shifted, exactly what population are you talking about? The Black population, the white population? What population are we talking about? Because a lot of us Black people are still here, but we seem to be getting so, our communities are getting so minimized where we're being pushed out. So what population exactly shifted?
We're just talking about population in general. The census shows where the population is, and the population, you know, people move. So one area might have fewer people than it had last time. One area might have more. So we just have to have a certain number of people in each district so that they're balanced.
So is it based on when things are closing down in our community? Because when you close things down, you shut schools down and things like that, then of course, if our children have nowhere to go to be educated, then we have to move or take them somewhere else. And of course, we don't always have the financial means or the vehicular means to go. So we move closer to where we have our needs met. So when schools are being closed down in our district, of course, we're moving further out to educate our children, which amazes me how this shift of so many different other people are moving into the community. Now, all of a sudden we have to be, the line has to be renegotiated again.
Each 10 years is when we redistrict. If you have questions about specific maps, you can look at them back there, and then Ryan Taylor is at that desk back there, and he can
Ma'am,
help
I'm on
with.
oxygen, so I'm not gonna be walking back and forth to a map. That's why I'm talking to you, because I don't have the physical ability to do those things, which is what I said when I was on the Zoom call with you the other day, because I'm living with health issues and living with oxygen and a lung disease from COVID does not allow me the ability and the flexibility to be able to go back and forth. So standing there looking at a map that I don't understand, and you all don't seem to be able to make it simple and plain for me, who's also living with COVID brain, which means my comprehension is declining, doesn't help me either. So that's why I'm here asking you.
Commissioner E, do you have something?
Well, first I want to say thanks for coming. You know, I'm happy you're here. I remember you from last Thursday or Wednesday or whenever it was speaking to us. So thank you for making it out. We need your opinion and I appreciate you making it out here. So yeah, redistricting is done all across the country every 10 years. It's not just Michigan. It's not just Detroit. The whole United States does redistricting and it's based on the census. That's why it's important to fill out, everyone in this room, I hope you're listening, fill out the census next time, please. Because, you know, a lot of people say that Detroit was undercounted. So we need to fill out the census so that we can have accurate representation of where people are. And the census is what we have to work with. You know, that's what's used. And that's the, you know, that's what we use in order to make sure that these districts accurately represent where people are. How can we help you? Like, how do you think we can best help you? Do you want someone to like come, you know, I can bring a computer next to you and we can look at it together. How can we best help you? So
that would be one way to help me. Another way would be to bring things, but instead of spreading and breaking up Detroit in so many small pieces, bring our community back together to bring the resources back into it so that we can have the same fighting chances that the areas around us do. There are schools closing down. I never understand why so many schools are closing down, but I'm seeing so many children being born. But you all say, you know, it's based on, you know, the number of people and things of that nature. And we can fill it out and give it to you all. But how can we be guaranteed that you all are taking our count and making it matter? All we do is hand it to you. After it leaves our hand and goes into whomever's hand, you all do with it what you will. Which means our communities are getting smaller. Resources are leaving. So we can put in, we can do our end on our end, but it doesn't seem to be behooving us.
no, thank you for that. I hear what you're saying. Trust me when I say we're trying over here and we can get some assistance for you as well to be able to see these maps and get a greater understanding of it. But thank you for that comment.
Yeah. Okay, number 44.
Good afternoon. My name is Booker T. Walker. I'm with Michigan Liberation, a nonprofit criminal and social injustice organization. I'm one of the leaders there. And what I'd like to speak about is that I was a product of the mass incarceration of the 1980s. And in the 1990s, I was sent up north to a location called Baraga. And while I was there, it's a rural area. And they came with the census. And so we got counted in, but we got counted out at the same time. So that when we came in, because it took resources from the community and representation. So in other words, I was included and excluded at the same time. While that community flourished, and it was just like ciphering things out of Wayne County and out of the community. Wayne County actually is the county that sends the most people to prison. And so we have the biggest issue with reentry and everything and the services and mental health and all those issues. It takes away the resources such as the aid to reentry service, mental health in general, services for health care, affordable housing, substantial and sustainable employment, general health care and education. So what I'd like to see is a change in the fact and how they are able to utilize the gerrymandering so that the resources and representation is fairly. And just like the lady spoke previously to me and how they, divide up so much of the community, but, when we are impacted all the same, with the same system. So I just like to see a change there. This room actually should be filled, but because of the ignorance of the community, and which we definitely need to get educated, we're failing in everything. And so Marcus Garvey made it clear. He says intelligence rules the world and ignorance bears its burden. And so I'd like to see something done as far as the gerrymandering part so that we can get the resources that's being ciphered out of the community. And I would like to know how you all feel about what steps need to be taken, or what do you propose that we start so that we can see about making that change. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We have number 45.
Back in. Hello, my name is Richard Clement, and I am a precinct delegate in precinct 92 in Detroit, Michigan. And the reason I'm here is basically to encourage people to get involved in civics, okay? This whole thing is about civics. Policies come from our representatives, okay? And in order to pick those representatives, you got to have an area to represent. That's why the census was there, and that's why they draw these lines in the first place. Now, we can look at what happened over the last 10 years when the politicians drew the line. We lost schools. I mean, we got screwed in housing, Detroit. And all of a sudden, you got the policies that you had now that are destroying, that have destroyed your water in Highland Park. So if we look at it as a math aspect, the census has an error rate, okay? And the error rate is like 8% of the number, whatever's there, okay? I guess the people are confused because of a lack of civics in the first place. This census, this whole process is, I mean, it's like a law of America. I mean, it's the whole way this place runs every 10 years. It's been done for 400 years, from the invention of the Constitution. So with the census and the drawing of the maps, you really don't want to go back to the stacking and packing of votes in one area and diluting your vote in another method. So it's all about the math, okay? When you look at it, it's all about mathematics and numbers, okay? And the coefficient of race and other factors with the common thing of interest. And more people need to pay attention to what's heck going on. They wouldn't have all the problems they would have now. That means y'all got to vote, and you better answer the census instead of sicking the dog out on you every time. We go out to the people's house. I ain't answering that census. Well, we know you're here, but this is how things are made. So with that being said, you come up with a map, nobody's going to be happy in the end. That's what's going to happen. But it's got to be fair. We don't want to go back to what you had before. I know everybody's hopping on the Motown map, and if you're Arabs, you probably say, hey, wait a minute, but still, it's not going to be fair to anybody, really. It's just like a referee. You got to make a decision. And y'all pay attention, wake up. And it's policies. That's why you're doing the thing in the first place. You wouldn't have this problem, okay? So I guess my time's running out, and I want to see this commission rock, okay? Peace.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have number 46.
Thank you for having me speak again. So I definitely want to talk about far as the legacy of mapping in the city of Detroit and why we're doing this process. We're doing this process because back then the maps were done in a closed room where no one could look at. And all the time, those who were elected or elites were able to draw their maps out. And so what ended up happening in the past before 2000, Detroiters were really locked in a certain area. They had representation, but unfortunately from the Senate and the state rep houses, we were gerrymandered all over our process. That means that at that time, Detroiters had representation, but not power. It's an illusion of representation. And so we can't go back to that. And so that's why we have a commission of people who are putting the application in, get selected, randomly selected. That's why we have so many encouraging folks to sign up for the commission for the next round. Anybody can sign up for it. And so going back to those days of redlining, going back to days where Michigan had the highest insurance rate in the world, but particularly in Detroit, where your insurance costs more than your car. Literally, your car payment was $500, your insurance car payment was $1,400. That happened in redistricting because other communities that were representative district got together and redlined all of the benefits to them, but also had Detroit pay for it. So we had to remember that when folks were talking about going back to those times before. So right now, the movement of people have happened. Again, unfortunately, school districts have closed because of population loss, but also we also know that communities are coming together from other areas of town, other areas of the city. So we know that kids who live in Grosse Pointe go to Cass Tech downtown. We know kids who live in downtown area go to school in River Rouge. So we know that there's a movement of people who live all over the district. And so sometimes what happens is you may have a representative that lives in Detroit that also represents parts of Oakland County, parts of Royal Oak. That representative has to do the work for that whole district. That means I have to do the work for Detroit and Oakland County. So that happens. For me to do my job and win, that's what I have to do. And so a lot of folks who are against this process want to go back to the old way where I get elected in August and not do nothing for my job because I could walk through, easily go through in the general, and I have a job for 2.5 years not representing anybody because I got it through a gerrymander process and also is name recognition. We can't go back to that. And so this is a simple education about what happened in the past, what we need to do down in the future. And so also with the commission, tomorrow I asked if you guys could put some paper for my sister over here so she can see the forms because some folks have a hard time on the looking at the screen and walking around. So that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In the room, is there a number 47? I think that is all the in-person public comments we have at this time. So we can just take this time to look at the maps, maybe talk to people, maybe Anthony, if you're willing to take a computer over and show the map, and we'll just do that for a little while. Oh, and Secretary of State has an announcement about primary voting.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being here today. Just wanted to announce to make sure everyone is aware that the February 27th primary voting is now open. It's the first time that early voting is occurring for a statewide election in the history of Michigan. So if you visit michigan.gov/vote, you can look up the location of your in-person early voting site. You can go fill out a ballot and have it tabulated and vote. You could do it today. You could do it tomorrow. And that is open until it ends this Sunday. So look up the hours and locations of early voting sites near you today. And then if you would rather wait until Election Day is on Tuesday, February 27th. And you can look up additional details at that same website, michigan.gov/vote. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
When is the Senate maps coming out?
Yes, sir, we have to go back to court in April. And then we will announce the process once we hear the dates back from the court. But there'll be a similar process to this one, public hearings, the opportunity to address the commission and have the maps at the back, same type of process.
And all this has to be done before the primary election in August?
No, remember the Senate is every 4 years,
Oh, yeah.
so we have some time.
This one got to be done before the primary.
That's right, has to be done by March 1st. Thank you.
Okay, right, we're back. We have one more in-person public comment, and that is number 47.
Hello, my name is Brett Scott, 6 Devonshire Road, Pleasant Ridge, also the mayor of the city of Pleasant Ridge. I wanted to comment on the maps. Thanks for everyone that has worked on producing the maps. My favorite is the Motown Sound. I think it gives us good representation between 8 Mile borders. It's very important, I think, for cities north of 8 Mile and south of 8 Mile to be represented by the same people so that we see a more diverse and good representation along the Woodward corridor. There are some versions of maps that might benefit similarly to the Motown Sound map, but it seems that that one provides the best solution to give good representation. Thank you again for your help and your work.
Thank you very much. I believe that is our last in-person public comment, but in case I'm wrong, is there a number 48? I don't see one. Okay, so we will take a dinner recess. So our scheduled time is from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. So we will be back at 6 p.m.
Around me, all over my feet, tired, I can't lose my stride. I got to get to my baby again. I got to keep on walking. Yeah, I got to walk. Just friends, but I can still be friends. We sing it only with song, yeah, and there ain't nothing I can do about it. Whoa. You know where the world is.
Test 1, 2. Yep, now we're good. Okay. We might start from the top.
Okay, again, as chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 6:05. Will the secretary please call roll?
Certainly, Madam Chair. Please, commissioners, please say present when I call your name. If you're attending the meeting remotely and your remote location has changed from this morning, please share that information when I call your name. You'll need to share that you are present when I call your name. We'll begin alphabetically with Elaine Andrade, Donna Callahan,
Present.
Juanita Curry, Anthony E.
Present.
Brittany Kellum,
Present.
Rhonda Lang, Stephen Lett, Marcus Muldoon,
Present.
Cynthia Orton,
Present.
Rebecca Zatella,
Present.
Janice Vallette,
Present.
Aaron Wagner,
Present.
Richard Weiss.
Present.
Madam Chair, you have 9 commissioners present. You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. So without objection, I will
I'm sorry,
ask-
Madam Chair. I see Commissioner Elaine Andrade online. Can you
Yes.
please share where you
Present.
are remote from?
Present from Emily Township, Michigan. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Madam Chair, you now have 10 commissioners present.
Thank you very much. Okay, without objection, I will ask MICRC Executive Director Edward Woods III to present the purpose of the public hearing today. Please proceed, Mr. Woods.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Let me start to share my screen. Okay, great. Good evening, everyone. All right. We might be few in numbers, but we can definitely raise our voice as we show up and speak up at the public hearing today at Greater Grace Temple. This is our last session of the day from 6:00 p.m. to 8:00 p.m. For those who may be at home or close by, it's still not too late. I repeat, it's not too late to sign up for in-person comments this evening only. In-person comments this evening only. It is not too late to sign up. And we invite you to come to Greater Grace Temple to make sure your voice is raised and heard. We'd like to thank Greater Grace Temple and Bishop Charles H. Ellis III for opening up their facilities and hosting us. We appreciate the warm hospitality. I also like to thank Veronica Phillips, our event coordinator here, for all that she has done to make this possible here at the City of David. The commission heard as we reconfigured the 7 maps from presentations from the Southeast Michigan Council of Governments, as well as the City of Detroit Neighborhood Department, and we want to thank them as well. We want to thank the community organizations and the civic leaders that provided opportunities for us to address them and educate folk regarding the redistricting process and the court order. I'd definitely like to thank the Honorable Mary Sheffield, who is the City Council President, the Honorable Fred Durhal, who's a City Council member. We were able to go to different neighborhood associations. We were at the Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated here, alumni chapter here in Detroit, and so many different organizations that opened up their doors for us to be able to present and encourage people to come out. I also like to thank our volunteers who are assisting with registration outside for coming here and being here with us this evening to facilitate the public speaking process. The history of the MICRC. In 2018, Michigan voters passed Proposal 2, a ballot proposal initiative for voters and not legislators to take responsibility for nonpartisan redistricting and created the MICRC, known as the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission. The commission is comprised of 13 randomly selected Michigan residents, 4 who affiliate with the Democrats, 5 who affiliate neither with the Democrat or the Republican Party, and 4 who affiliate with the Republicans. The MICRC is responsible for redistricting the U.S. congressional, which is 13 districts across Michigan, the Michigan State House, which is 110 districts across Michigan, and the Michigan Senate districts, which are 38. The 7 ranked redistricting criteria that this commission was responsible for following to draw the maps is different from the old standards, which were known as the APOL standards. The APOL standards focused on keeping city, county, and township boundaries together. In this new process, the commission has to follow these 7 ranked redistricting criteria in order. We are not able to switch the order around, flip the order, change the order. We have to follow it in order. Number 1, equal population and the Voting Rights Act. Number 2, geographically contiguous. Number 3, reflect the state's diversity and communities of interest. Number 4, no disproportionate advantage to any political party. Number 5, no favor or disfavor to an incumbent elected official or a candidate. Number 6, reflect consideration of county, city, and township boundaries. This is not a mandate, but it's to reflect consideration. And then number 7, be reasonably compact. These are the 7 ranked redistricting criteria that this commission was responsible for following in drawing the maps. The reason why it's so important to hear from each and every one of you is when we talk about communities of interest, no one knows their community better than the people that live there. And that's why we're so happy that you're here tonight. There was a filing regarding Detroit that took place not in the Eastern Michigan District Court, but took place in the Western Michigan District Court, Southern Division in Kalamazoo, where they filed and the court found the commission drew maps focused on race in violation of the 14th Amendment, the Equal Protection Clause, and disenfranchised Black voters. There was no finding, I repeat, there was no finding regarding the Voting Rights Act. In order to commission to reconfigure State House Districts 1, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, and 14, and not focus on race. So when the commission started the process to reconfigure these maps, they did not focus on race at all because that's what the court directed them not to do. So in other words, when people are saying, well, what about the Voting Rights Act? We could not focus on the number 1 ranked criteria because the court order clearly stated, do not focus on race. That was direction for the court. Do not focus on race. So why should you care about redistricting? Redistricting is your chance to make sure your voice and your community's voice is heard and represented. One of the things that we shared earlier with regards to communities of interest, reflect state's diversity and communities of interest. When we talk about communities of interest, we're really focusing on 3 areas: historical characteristics, cultural characteristics, and economic interests. When we speak to historical characteristics, we're speaking about neighborhoods. So if you take a look at the 10 maps in the back that the commission is considering, you will notice that you can see the neighborhoods on those maps. Instead of trying to keep county, city, and township boundaries together, we're more concerned about keeping neighborhoods together, historical characteristics, economic characteristics, and economic interests. When we talk about cultural characteristics, we're talking about, for example, the MENA population, the Middle East, North African population, which would basically be around Dearborn. As you know, the MENA population is not counted in the census, and that population is basically declared white. So a way to identify them as a community of interest is for people to submit maps or boundaries of those maps so that we can understand the cultural characteristics in terms of where the MENA population lives. It could be where the LGBT population lives, the Bengali population, and others in the Metro Detroit area that are impacted by this court order. And then last but not least is economic interest. When we talk about economic interest, we're talking about the riverfront. We're talking about art districts or business or entertainment districts where we're trying to keep communities whole. So the reason why we're saying redistricting is important, it's not just your voice, but also ensuring your community's voice is heard. By making sure your voice and your community voice are heard, you can keep your communities together. And that's why it's so important that you show up and speak up to these public hearings. And we're happy to have you this evening. The other thing about redistricting, it will make sure your elected official represents your values on important issues such as healthcare, education, public safety, and justice. So this is why you should care. Why we are here today. We're here to hear directly from you regarding the 9 draft proposed maps and the 1 individual map. We want to understand what map best represents you and your community of interest as is, or with minor tweaks. We want to learn from your feedback to select the best map in compliance with the court order and the 7 ranked redistricting criteria. The commission is required to submit a map to the court by Friday, March 1st. Public comment guidelines. You have up to 3 minutes to speak. You can address the commission as a whole and not an individual member. Once again, you address the commission as a whole and not an individual member. Any person making personal, impertinent or slanderous remarks, or who shall become boisterous or disruptive while addressing the commission may be requested to leave the microphone. If any person disrupts the orderly process of a meeting or refuses to comply with MRCRC guidelines and rules, the chairperson may rule that person out of order and or order their removal from the meeting. That is not a desire that we have. We haven't had that happen so far, and we do not believe that will happen this evening, but we do want to state what our rules are so that you are aware, because we believe this is going to be a meaningful discussion with regards to what are the communities of interest and the best maps that you feel represent you and your community. So therefore, we thank you in advance for complying with these guidelines. Once again, we invite you to show up and speak up, like and or follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or TikTok. Subscribe to the MICRC YouTube channel. Submit public or mapping comments. If you're not able to be here in person or to sign up to speak virtually, you can submit your public or mapping comments at michigan.gov/MICRC, michigan.gov/MICRC. If you have questions or you want to make a call, you can call us at 1-866-MAP-FAIR, 1-866-MAP-FAIR, and that's 866-627-3247, 866-627-3247 for questions or more information. Once again, thank you so much for taking time out of your schedules to ensure that your voice is heard following our hashtag Show Up, Speak Up. Thank you again, and we'll return it back over to our chairperson, Commissioner Cynthia Orton.
Thank you, Director Woods. So individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide in-person public comment to the commission will now be allowed to do so. We will start, well, we don't have any remote public comments signed up for this evening, so it'll all be in person and it'll be in chronological order. So I will call your number because I don't know your name. So please introduce us, introduce yourself by your name so we know who you are if you're comfortable with that. And you will have up to 3 minutes to address the commission, and please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer go off. So our first person to provide public comment this evening is number 48.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hello, everyone. Do I come right here, right? My name is Jaja Hubbard, and as a family and youth advocate, I'm here to make a few comments, and I also have a question that I'd like to ask. Because one of the things that's unfortunate as a family and youth advocate is that once we educate our youth and our families about the importance of being civically engaged and knowing what's going on and building up that momentum to actually be encouraged, knowing the political history for our people, the people that look like you, the people that look like me, and the effects that it's had on people like myself, is really unfortunate and disturbing, because all of the efforts that we place to educate our youth to really have that desire to want to know who's being elected, who's representing them, who makes the decisions and the powers that be, only to turn around and have to re-educate them time and time again, because these type of things are happening within our community. And it's only happening in communities that look like me. Unfortunately, I had 2 siblings that went off to prison. And when you have siblings that go off to prison and all the things that impact their lives, and then for them to come back home and not know what's going on because the way that they left isn't the same way that it is when they return home. And it's really extremely upsetting, because our youth really desire to want to be involved. But if you're constantly taking that ability away from them to learn what they're learning, how can we really help the next generation? And I'm asking not only that you consider the people that are currently voting, but to also consider our upcoming voters, the people that really, really desire to be involved and know what's going on. The education process of being civically engaged is not the same when I was growing up. When I was growing up, we knew who our mayor was, what they did, city council, even having this board is new. That didn't even exist when I was in school, and that wasn't too far ago, just so y'all know. Okay, I'm still a young tenderoni. But in the meantime, in between time, what I do know is that things were a lot simpler. And I think right now with redistricting, is making our community education for civic engagement hard. And it's making it daunting, and it's making it even more boring and frustrating than it's been in times past. Not only that, but our community has so many more emergency and priority issues than this one. We need people to register to vote. And if we're having issues and challenges with increasing that portion, only to turn around and tell them, hey, yeah, we got you registered to vote, but yeah, you don't vote there no more, or this person doesn't represent you anymore. All that does is it creates the decline and encouragement to be a part. So I'm just asking that you think about our youth as they're coming up to want to truly be engaged. How are we really helping them? We're saying that our youth are the future and tomorrow, but are we really preparing them today? Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 49.
Oh, I was here earlier. Now we got the swing of it. Okay, my name's Loretta Hill. I'm a retired nursing supervisor and I live in Detroit. Okay. And I maintain that 8-mile line has to be maintained all the way across, because only people that live in Detroit can understand what it is to live in Detroit. In other words, why is my Wi-Fi 25% more? Why is my car insurance 2 to 3 times as much? And I haven't had a claim in 30 years. And why I called when I was working, I'm not working anymore. I called to get a car for them to deliver me a new car. They send the paperwork through and I see the quote for the interest on the loan and I hit the ceiling. And I go to the dealership out in the suburbs and he sees my white face and he apologizes all over the place and offers me a free undercoating and 2 years of free oil changes. Okay. I have a credit score 845. You're supposed to deliver me a car when I call you, okay? But because I live in Detroit, my interest rate was on the ceiling, okay? Now, I'm an old white lady. I can wander around Michigan all over the state and nobody pays any attention to me at all. And yet they chatter constantly in front of me in a roadhouse on M25, on 75 in a saloon, okay, an art gallery in Traverse City, nursing seminars in Muskegon and Grand Rapids. So now I know exactly what you think of Detroit. I know exactly. And that line on 8 Mile has to be maintained so that we can be represented, because nobody on the other side of 8 Mile knows what it's like to live in Detroit and what we have to deal with. I wouldn't have to deal with that if I lived in Oak Park. The man would say, thank you, and deliver me a card. Yes, Mrs. Hill. Okay. I wouldn't be paying twice as much for car insurance or 25% more for Wi-Fi. And I can stand here till tomorrow to tell you everything else that goes along with living in Detroit. So we need representation, and we're not going to have it if I'm represented by somebody in Harper Woods or Royal Oak or Ferndale. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 50.
Hello. I'm actually here to observe and listen, but since I'm here, I would like to know more about the city ordinances and how often or are you regulating those things that are really concerning for our community? Because even though it is at large in terms of the city structure, in each individual community that may span so many blocks of a particular school district, then what we need to know in order to make sure that our community is actually being able to receive the different ordinances that we have to keep our community strong and well. The other concern that I have is that in terms of hospitalization, if there's an emergency and you are more familiar with a particular care and need that's being received from, your particular hospital that might be near or just the jump distance from you, I understand that you're taken to the immediate hospital, which in your regard, maybe perhaps you might feel that that's not the one that's actually giving the care and the services that's needed. So those are my concerns, and hopefully they can be addressed. Thank you.
I'll just say hi, everyone. My name is Commissioner Kellum. I'm a native Detroiter, and we haven't in this round introduced where we're from, and I welcome any commissioner if they're comfortable to share. But we're a group of 13 of randomly selected citizens. I always kind of joke and say picked out of a hat, but it was way more formal. It was not picking us out of a hat. But I say that because this process has gone really fast for a lot of people, particularly Detroit, particularly for Black folks that aren't used to trusting bodies, especially with faces that don't look like them and don't come from places where they're from, right? So I say that because I think even though our executive director did the presentation, that needs to be repeated so that folks are really understanding who we are and what we represent. We're not the city council. Even though we might have individual endeavors of shifting things in community, we as a body don't have the power to do that. I'm a trauma specialist that works all day with kids and adults, and an entrepreneur. I work with young people. So Jaja, I understand what it's like to try to tell young people how to change the world. And then sometimes you're a part of the system that does not do that. And that can be frustrating. But I'm saying that for everybody in the room so that we're able to contextualize a discussion. Those maps back there, we spent the last 3 or maybe 4 weeks, I don't know, friends, how long we spent redrawing those maps to give Detroiters something to look at. There's somebody staring and understanding the maps right now. And that's the process that we're begging people to engage in, to understand where they are on that map, to look at the map and say, this is what I don't like, this is what I do like. This area speaks to my community and why. And then it's up to, once these maps are drawn collectively, not just by us, but you all say, yes, we love this. Not everybody is going to love it, but this gives Black Detroiters a chance. This gives my community a chance. Once that process takes place, then it's up to the representatives. It's up to the people, the circles that you fill in on the ballot. Then you hold space and do the same thing to them. You tell them what you want. You talk about sanitation. You talk about school districts. You talk about the issues that you're raising to us, because those are the folks that are going to go to Lansing and do that. That they are the ones that are supposed to rally and advocate. We're setting, we're giving them the alley-oop, right? We're listening to you all and giving them the alley-oop to finish the rest. And then you all do what you're supposed to do, which is vote and make these things happen as a wonderfully empowered community. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kellum, for explaining that. Oh, and just as another point of clarification, I know that the city of Detroit is currently or has been redistricting, and that is not us. We are not city of Detroit redistricting. We are redistricting the state house maps right now. So next is number 51.
Hello, my name is Betty Daniels, and I have to say I'm going to dovetail on all the speakers that have spoken. And I think what's happening right now is that there's this confusion, okay? Not clear of who's on first and who's on second. And as the other person, I'll say in my age group, I won't hurt your feelings, but we are now at the point where we have a lot of history that we can contribute as far as political and else, whatever. And I think what is happening right now is that we just don't have the understanding of who's on first and who's on second. So when we go to the polls to vote, we're not sure are we voting for you or for our district, that kind of thing. And I would be willing to work with someone, because as a semi-retired person, I have all this time, but we need to, because I was aware of this when it first organized, but I got somewhat sidetracked and didn't keep up with what things are going on. But as someone now who's on a semi-fixed income, I want to know who do I talk to? How can your organization address or not address that? And does that include us? Because we have a lot of people who our property values are going up, but our income is not going up. So, I can get a certain amount for my home, but where can I go that, I can get the same thing? I pay more on my taxes and insurance than I do anything else. And Social Security is not guaranteed anymore. This may be off a tangent and stuff, but I'm just more or less voicing some of the things of when someone like me hears about your redistricting, how does that impact my day-to-day? Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 52.
Hello, everyone. My name's Carl Dorn. I've lived in or near Detroit all my life. I studied for this to talk 90 seconds, and I think I may have misstudied. We'll find out. Correct me where I'm off, okay? Well, I can make mistakes then.
And you can sing, you can just entertain us for the rest of your time. Oh, see?
Sir, I apologize for the interruption. Can you pause this time for a moment? Can you pause the time for a moment while I'm speaking? Thank you. Can you make sure when you're speaking that you're speaking directly into the microphone, because we have interpreters on virtually who need to be able to hear. Thank you.
My name's Carl Dorn. I was born in Detroit and have lived near here all my life, or in Detroit. For redistricting in Detroit, I believe Motown Sound is the best map so far. I hope that's applicable to what we're talking about. It improves partisan fairness and I believe can do even more. I ask what improvements and alterations will help keep partisan balance fair. Like the Willow map, District 13, for example, and represent communities of interest well, not to split neighborhoods. I live in District 6, and the shape of it basically follows Woodward. Following thoroughfares, the roads people get to work on, seems like a great idea, a guarantee to have outcome that keeps communities together. There needs to be flow within neighborhoods that work for the community. The question I ask is, how do we create the most opportunity for Blacks and all people of color, like for District 10 and 12 that really seem to be lagging behind? I thank you for the work you're doing. You're making a huge difference for Detroit, Michigan, and our country as we strive to have fair elections for all people and make up for lost ground. Detroit's been known as the most segregated city in the world, not just the country. So this is a heavy lift. And I thank everyone for participating. I couldn't not participate because I'm born here. I don't say this much, but I even went to reform school here when I was a kid, straightened me out, went on to be president of the board of directors. There's a lot here and a lot when we've been given a lot to contribute back. So thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission.
Carl, if you have time, some of the comments that you have for particular areas that you like or dislike, we have a public comment portal. I would love to see that there if that's accessible to you. If not, we have Ryan in the back. He's currently working with some folks to understand the map, but you can talk to him about how to upload those comments. Ryan, yeah, he's pointing to the map. He has glasses, relatively tall, the white guy in the back. Just touching the map.
Cool. Thank you.
Ryan Taylor, can you just raise your hand so people know who you are? He's the go-to guy, everybody. I believe that was, were you number 52? Okay, 53.
Hello, my name is Mark Hairston. I apologize. I got here a little late, so I know you were going through some of the criteria on the board here when I got here, but I'm a little confused. You mentioned population as being one of the criteria, but what you wanted to keep the population pretty equal between the districts, but what is that actual number? Was that
91,600 people per house district.
Okay.
State house.
Okay. Looking at these maps behind me, are these all being considered, or is that an evolution to some point?
All 10 maps are being considered by the commission. 9 were done collaboratively and 1 was submitted as an individual map by a commissioner.
Okay. So I would go back to the comment of one of the previous speakers where I see some of those maps go gerrymandering out into the suburbs, and I agree with her that it really should, the districts really should be contained within the city, because we need representation from the city that understands our concerns from the city. And I see one of the maps shows the district that I would be in would be gerrymandered all the way up into Birmingham. And I'm telling you, nobody in Birmingham understands me or my community in Detroit, period.
Is there any particular map, sir, that you found that was acceptable?
Yeah, I think it was the Water Lily was one, and I think there's another one in there too that contained.
Well, if you want to go back
into
and tell us, because the commission wants to hear what you feel would be the best.
So my suggestion would be to go look at them, and you can sign up for a second public comment. So then you can go sign up again. Then you can tell us specifics, because that's really helpful to us.
Okay.
I'll also say this really quickly, because we've heard this before and it might not change your mind. And we also have all the meetings that we've had when we were mapping are available on YouTube. And I think they're available on our site. If I'm incorrect, then don't quote me on that piece. some of the logic, just like you said, for our criteria and accounting for population, when we're crossing 8 Mile in some of the maps, you can go back and listen to our explanations as to why that was done, because there are communities, let's take for instance, Sherwood Forest, Palmer Park, Ferndale, and Royal Oak Township. Some of those communities share people, community, like landmarks, they have things in common. So just think about that as you're looking at some of the maps that, for instance, in that example that I just gave, there's a large LGBTQIA community that shares relations between Ferndale, Palmer Park. So then that would mean that we have to cross. And we're also charged with not packing communities, Detroiters, in a way that is also not permissible. So just keep that in mind as you're looking. Our effort is never to gerrymander or to cause any harm, because I live in Detroit, and these folks behind me live in their own communities that they wouldn't want harmed as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Commissioner Kellum, for your explanation. So that is our, well, let me ask, is anyone number 54? I don't believe we have 54 yet. So that is all of our people that have signed up for public comment at this time. So please take time to look at the maps. If you haven't provided public comment yet, or if you have only ever provided it once and you see something that you would like to tell us, please sign up again out at the table, and then we will just take a short break to, give you a chance to look at the maps, come up with your comments, and then we will come back again and listen. So we'll just take a break until 6:55.
So. I bought them. Like, gotta keep that in mind. Yeah. Okay.
Get your question.
It's a Facebook.
Okay, so we went longer than we were expecting, but it's great to see folks back looking at the maps and asking questions and learning things. But anyway, now we have a few more people who have signed up for in-person public comment, so we will listen to those. So number 54.
Excuse me, folks in the back of the room looking at maps. Excuse me. Could we get quiet in the back of the room, please? Thank you so much for looking at the maps. You're welcome to continue looking at them and discuss them, but we're going to continue with public comment, so we need to be able to hear it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Mark Hairston again. So I took a look at the maps and looking at the tulip map and talking with one of the commission members, it looks like my house would fall into District 6 currently as the districts are laid out before the court case. And I looked at the other maps and I like the Water Lily and the two Bergamots better because those put me into District 5 and they include neighboring communities, neighboring neighborhoods to mine, which I think are more homogeneous, I guess you would say.
Like community of interest is the word you're looking for.
Community of interest. I didn't like the tulip and some of the others like Daisy too, because they put me in districts that go north up into Oakland County. For example, in the tulip district, tulip map, I should say, District 6 goes from Northwest Detroit all the way up to Royal Oak, and it includes more affluent communities of Royal Oak and Huntington Woods, which I don't think reflects my area of Detroit. So, and that's a big reason why I don't like going across county lines to include other communities. Now, I'm okay with some of the maps that include Oak Park and Royal Oak Township, because those are just a couple of blocks north of me. And so I know those areas and I think we have some similar interests and similar concerns. But for the most part, I would prefer that my district encompass neighborhoods in Detroit. Okay.
Thank you very much for taking a look at those maps and providing public comment again. That's very helpful. Next, we have number 55. Is number 55 in the room? Okay, number 56.
I want to thank you for having this meeting. And I also appreciate the commissioner who was interacting with us to give us a better understanding of what's going on. And what the thing that I've got out of this is that I have been able to exchange my contact information with two other people from there in the expanded district, which I think is really good because then we can get together and share information, share strategies, and then we can send combined reports because I'm good at sending out reports and doing the outline. Okay, I'm good at that. And all three of us who were there, we were with from Southwest, which was now known as something different, but around Lincoln Park, Outer Drive, that part. And then the two of us were in the same kind of thing. And we and like the gentleman just said, they, and the point I was trying to get out earlier, there is a history that we understand how things evolved. So the young lady came out first about trying to tell the youth, we can give them a kind of a sense of, okay, look, you're talking about that, but this is what's going to happen. This is how it works. Same thing, we had the person who's coming from the other part of the community. So I want to thank you for having this meeting so that we had this kind of interaction. I can become more informed about what it is I'm fighting for, and I'm more knowledgeable of the things that impact what I'm trying to do. So thank you again.
Thank you. I'll go back to number 55. Are you in the room yet?
And I want water lily.
Thank you for slipping that in. Okay, 57.
Good evening, Commission. My name is Victor. I am from Michigan LCV, and my community of interest would be Southwest Detroit, Mexican Town, that greater area, more so like District 1 here. And I had some opinions about, I really like the maps that include Corktown with District 1 and Southwest Detroit. Corktown's like historically one of the oldest neighborhoods in Detroit and one of the oldest neighborhoods of Southwest Detroit. I think it makes sense for it to be in there. If you needed to like move some things around for population, I think the Midwestern portion up here that you have might be able to go somewhere. And or River Rouge and E-Course, I think those two should stay together. But I mean, I think if you need to make some moves, there are some places you could do it from. And then also I'm wondering if that little portion from like the Dearborn area didn't cut through like Dix, like it does in District 1 after you kind of leave Springwells and go southwest in that direction.
What map are you looking at? I'm sorry.
Oh, Motown Sound. I should have started off with that. Motown Sound. The reason I'm looking at that is it sounds like that one's favored by a lot of folks. Sounds like we might get some version that's close to that. And I would appreciate if we just kind of cut off the Dearborn part, either on Dix or just made sure that that little tail end of Springwells and the Woodmere Cemetery stayed a part of District 1. That's the specific things, around my neighborhood and where I grew up that really stand out to me. Other than that, I agree with everyone else and some of the benefits from the Motown Sound map. And I hope that you guys do come to pass some version of that. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. And I think it would be really helpful, since you were talking about specific areas and roads, if you could add that to our public comment portal.
Oh,
so that we,
okay.
Because I couldn't write it all down.
No, sure. Yeah, I'll definitely go ahead and submit that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Number 58.
Hello, my name is Chris Turner. I had an opportunity to review all the maps, and there was 3 of them that stuck out to me that I thought were pretty good and representative of the Metro Detroit area as a whole. Those 3 maps include Riverwalk, Spirit of Detroit, and Motown Sound. I think those maps are really representative as far as the population in these individual neighborhoods and communities, the type of mindset, the type of people that live there, work there, and everything like that. Some of those maps in which the areas go up into Oakland County, it was one map in particular in which Birmingham represented a neighborhood in Northwest Detroit. And the issue that I could foresee with that being as such as if somebody that lives in Birmingham is representing a portion in Northwest Detroit, not too far from here, they're not really going to be pressed on the issues that take place in this area because they have no idea what it's like to live in this neighborhood. in this area. So issues down here are not the same up there. Their focal point is not going to be the same. And people that live in that neighborhood they're just not going to get the same treatment. I live in Grandmont, part of the Grandmont Rosedale neighborhoods. And even though I like these 3 maps that I shared with you guys, it's a couple of them in which my particular neighborhood, Grandmont, is split off from Rosedale Park and North Rosedale Park. And I think that should be changed because the Grandmont Rosedale Neighborhood Association that represents that whole pocket. And if we are left out of that, then we could be representing a district in which our neighborhood could be potentially serving as like an anchor. And I think that should change. We're all one community and we've been that way since this neighborhood association has been in existence. So I do think that needs to change across the board on all the maps, but these 3 are, like I said, the best representation of Detroit and all these neighborhoods as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission, and thank you for those specific areas that you talked about. Okay, I'll go back to 55. Do we have 55 back in the room? No one's claiming 55. And is there a 59? I don't.
It seems like number 55 might still be looking at the maps. Sir, were you 55?
Oh, okay. Come on down.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for having us here. I was looking at 3 of the areas that I felt that were good for the city and our community. Water Lily was at Bergamot and Bergamot 2. Because they gave us better representation. Everybody knows there's a definition line between 8 Mile and the other communities. So I'm thinking that basically we should keep our interests on this side because this is where Detroit is. And on the other side of 8 Mile, that's where our communities are. And we're all together and we all need, we're looking for the same things, but we all have slightly different detailed things and problems that we need to have solved. So I was thinking of it, that was my pick from these things.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking time to look at the maps and give us that feedback. So I don't believe we have any more signed up right now. We still have some time. So if you haven't addressed us, you still have time to go sign up. Or if you've only addressed us once and you think of something else you want to say, you can sign up for a second time. So we will just take a break for a few minutes and you can feel free to look at the maps again and talk amongst yourselves. Okay, so we have one more in-person public comment. That would be number 59. Number 59. Oh, come on up. And while she's coming up, I'll let you say, stick around after this public comment. We're going to have some commissioners explain some of the reasons that the districts were drawn the way they were in the maps that are out here for public comment. Go ahead, number 59. You can introduce us to your name.
Good evening. My name is Beverly Detroit, and thank you for having me. And I just want to really piggyback on one of the gentlemen that was just up here from Rosedale Park. I'm also from the Rosedale Park area. And I agree that that particular community should not be broken up, as I see they are within on the maps there, because we are one voice and one community, and we've been together for a long time historically. Also, I like Zetella, basically because I see for District 16 that we're not spread across the other side of Detroit, on the other side of 8 Mile, nor on the other side of Livonia. We're all one voice. So basically for all of Detroit, we really need to be one voice, and all of our districts need to be put together and not so much broken up, because so we can stay focused and be able to fight for it.
Your conference is already in progress. For 10 hours, 11 minutes, press pound or star to continue the conference. Otherwise, your conference will end in 1 hour, 15 minutes.
I think you can go now.
Thank you. See, like that interruption, that's how it would be with those maps. Totally chaos. But anyway, thank you. So taking into consideration things that we have said, we're speaking from our heart. We really love Detroit, and we want to stay one community. So thank you, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Okay, so now if you want to go back to where the maps are, we have some commissioners that would like to share some of the reasons why some of the districts are drawn the way they are. And if you have questions, we're going to take a microphone back. We need to speak into the microphone so that the people online can also hear.
Okay, you all, my friends that are still here. Commissioner Ede and I and the rest of the commissioners are going to explain, some of the reasons why we drew things. So I'm going to
John?
start with Motown Sound because that has been in a lot of conversation.
John, can you screen share the maps that she's talking about so folks online can also see them?
Hi, everybody. I'm Commissioner Brittany Kellum. We started off with, so Motown Sound evolved from Spirit of Detroit. One of the things that this map changes is the Lakeshore District because we were trying to find the middle ground of comments and different communities of interest, including the Lakeshore community that has offered a lot of public comment, just like you all are offering. One of the communities that has continuously, since we've started this process, asked to be together is Cornerstone, East English Village, Morningside, this kind of deep East community. Harper Woods has asked to be included with Grosse Pointe. So again, we cannot draw with race. We can't say we want Black people to be here, but we can draw with neighborhoods and communities of interest. So the main goal with Motown Sound was keeping some of Detroit's sacred and neighborhoods together. So this is why we have, for instance, with District 8, Green Acres, Sherwood Forest, University District, Palmer Park, Grigsdale Farms, Penrose, State Fair. And then we included it with neighborhoods that would not interfere but integrate without going so deeply south into like the downtown area. However, when we drew District 8, as it is in Spirit of Detroit, we got a lot of comments that said, hey, wait, what about Palmer Park and Ferndale? What about the LGBTQIA community? What about Pleasant Ridge? What about the resources that we share? So we extended 8 just across 8 Mile, because remember, we need 91,000 folks. We can't just draw what we want to draw. So it's the biggest game of Tetris chess that you've ever played in your life. And if you don't like puzzles, this would not be enjoyable for you at all. And then we looked at District 5, the Schultz Bagley community, College Park community, and we kind of looked and said, okay, what do we do with District 5? If we have to cross 8 Mile, what does that look like? The Oak Park community and Royal Oak Township community. Royal Oak Township was split and they asked to be put back together, which makes sense because if you're a Detroiter and you drive down 8 Mile and you have Wyoming right there, I think is Kroger, it's the liquor stores, mobile gas station. So Royal Oak Township is right there. Why would they be split up? You could also drive through Royal Oak and where do you end up? Ferndale. So these are some of the reasons why we drew these communities. This map took the approach of not locking the outside districts so that we can more freely draw Detroit in a way that is not constricted. Daisy 2, correct, Commissioner E, and Tulip locked all of this out. So when you all are talking about how districts bleed and strip across 8 Mile, it's because logistically, there's nowhere to go if you lock those districts. So it forced commissioners to draw up, not drawing because we're trying to gerrymander, but literally drawing according to population. I will also pause and say, these maps don't represent like, oh, we think these are like 10 great ideas. These are ideas that follow the criterion that some of them took into account the court's request for us to only change what was drawn. If you look back at YouTube, you'll see us saying that makes no sense because we're going to do the best job for Detroiters. We're going to do the best job for Black people. How could we dare lock out districts when we need populations and places to change that kind of stuff? And then we listen very closely to the Southwest community. I want to flip through. Yeah.
When you say lockout populations, what do you mean by that? When you say lockout populations, what exactly do you mean by that? She said a few times we said map locked out populations, and I wasn't know what exactly she mean by locking out populations.
Okay, yep, I'll just quickly, we locked certain of Daisy 2, Water Lily, took out the districts that were challenged in the courts only. And everything else, when I say locked, like the software, literally it's like turning the key into a lock. That means on the computer, they can't be changed. So for an exercise, we only drew what was exposed or left out. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Go ahead. Somebody had a question. Yeah.
So if it was,
Sorry, I keep forgetting.
so those districts that were challenged in the court, there was something that should have happened, such as this meeting, so we would know why those particular rationales, why they were merged, not just because they're near each other or right at the line. You follow what I'm saying? In terms of population, what was the precursor, that court, that actually caused this to be a question, and why?
So it's still, we're still in ongoing litigation, but what I'll say is the court said, hey, well, you know, in their court language, but I'm breaking up the legalese. We think you could have done a better job for Detroit so that Detroiters can choose who they want to represent their city. And they challenged our Hickory map. So that's what happened. And I think also I'll say that Detroiters like you all are really engaging. You don't see the looks on your faces, but the commissioners do, and you're nodding your heads and being this close and touching the maps. Now you get it. Now you get the progression. So I think some of that was missing, not because it was intentional by the 13 of us. Like I said, we were randomly selected. We started doing the job. We got on YouTube, the meetings are live, but not everybody has a computer. Not everybody can come to Huntington, TCF, Cobo Hall, whatever you want to call it. So we had to keep coming out. We had to keep activating. And for us, the people of color that are in here, we can't be at every church, barbershop, beauty salon, you know, engaging in this type of discussion. So I think that went into a lot of the decision-making too. But yeah, we had a lot of comments from the MENA community, Middle Eastern, North African, Springwell Village, Mexican Town, Chatsey, Condon. This was a logic behind District 1. So just using Motown Sound again, remember, if you're looking at Spirit of Detroit, that was kind of first iteration of us intentionally crossing 8 Mile, but focusing really, really heavily on neighborhoods and communities of interest. And then this was a bump up of that with some edits to neighborhoods and changing the Lakeshore District a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to pass the microphone to Commissioner E. Keep thinking and asking questions.
So if you look at Spirit of Detroit and compare it to Motown Sound, Spirit of Detroit is right there. They're essentially the same. The only difference is this Lakeshore area on the east side of Detroit that includes northeastern Detroit, the Grosse Points, East Point, St. Clair Shores. So when you're comparing those two, that's really the biggest difference. It's this configuration in districts 10, 12, and 13. And the commission did that to generate one additional VRA compliant district in Motown Sound when compared to Spirit of Detroit. Let's move on to this other map, Daisy 2. We heard a few people talk about it today. This map was really more of an experiment than anything else. We had commissioners who wanted to see if it was possible to only change what the court told us to change. So we talked about locking districts earlier. That's what this map did. It only changed the districts, the 7 House districts that the court said we had to change, and it left all the other ones the same. So for example, District 4 is the same as in the original Hickory map because that one did not get shut down. And the same thing with like District 13, for example. So that's why these districts look a little bit more funny in shape, because since those were locked, we had a geographical burden to overcome. But like I said, it was more of an experiment than anything else. There's a similar configuration in Tulip over here. Let's move down.
kind of similar to Daisy, but a little different. This one, again, keeps the districts locked, except there are changes in 3 more. So the courts that the districts that the court told us we had to change, plus 3 additional districts. But it keeps the other ones outside of Metro Detroit the same. That's why you see 5 and 6 in this map that are the same as in the original. Now, let's move on to Water Lily. We've seen some people here today talk about Water Lily. Water Lily is right here. Now, both Spirit of Detroit and Motown Sound and Water Lily and Willow, they all came out of like a collaborative process that originated with the Bergamot map down there. So one could say that these all evolved kind of in, sequential fashion. The biggest difference between Water Lily and the ones we were speaking about earlier, Spirit of Detroit and Motown Sound, is that Water Lily adheres to that 8-mile boundary. Now, those folks that have been here today, some people think we should, some people think we shouldn't cross 8 Mile. That's why y'all are here, so we can hear what you have to say. But this is an example of a map that really doesn't cross 8 Mile much. You can see District 5 ends at 8 Mile, District 8 ends at 8 Mile, District 11 ends at 8 Mile. Then from that map, we went and created Willow, which is a derivative of Water Lily, but ends up crossing 8 Mile in a way to try to become VRA compliant. I listen, I'm just trying to hold on. Let's bring it down. Let's bring it down, folks. Let's bring it down. Yeah. Right. Water Lily? This is Water Lily right here.
Is it proposed to change? That's not changing at all?
What are you speaking of? I'm sorry.
Speaking of, okay, this coloring is Water Lily, and it's now, instead of a different color, that's a different shade. So stand there.
Yeah, so this is the District 9 in the Water Lily map. It has Midtown, Corktown, downtown, going up through the river, going through Belle Isle. It's similar to what's in some of the other maps, but a little different. You gotta pull up the map and look at the actual differences. But again, the biggest difference is that this one does not cross 8 Mile.
Okay, I'm trying to get a clear understanding, and possibly some others might have the same question. I see where when the maps change, they're comparing almost areas that we all know that are more affluent to affluent. And the other ones, like if you look down at, I'm not sure if that's Spirit of Detroit or whichever, Spirit of Detroit, where you're looking at 8, and above it, it has the choice to connect either at Oak Park or, if I'm looking at it correctly, Ferndale or Hazel Park, whichever one. Okay, we know that the other would possibly, I don't know for sure what Hazel Park has, but it would be in the sense of affluent. And when you look at each one of these maps at the proposal, if you look at the connection above 8 Mile and the connection, if it's an affluent one, we all know the different affluent areas in Detroit. They make sure that it's either bridged over, right, connecting with that district, which is the most populated affluent district, as well as the most populated in opportunities, voting opportunities, because what's missing on here is the population approximation number on each one of those maps that would actually be in the sense of voting, that it could actually impact the voting district, the persons that would elect from there. Okay, so you see one that's over here, say very affluent and very different in terms of political difference. As to say, this might be Democrat, this might be Republican, possibly. And so with that happening, you're saying that now, if you choose someone from up here that might have a difference of opinion, we're not saying complexion, but would have a difference of opinion that could very much sway because you have a more of a term of being able to publicize both television, on radio, walking, talking, than up there. I don't want to continue on, but.
No, I think that's a very astute point. That's why we have 10 maps here, 10 different choices to hear what people say for. One moment, Brittany, you want to say something? No, good. Question?
Okay, this is the only map I'm interested in right here. This is the map, okay? Now I live in Schultz, right here. I've lived there since 1973. Okay, this is the highest density of population for Detroit right here. This has been the breadbasket of Detroit since 1967. We have supported the city. We pay our taxes, we clean our alleys, and you guys are screwing us on every other map because you're putting the population across 8 Mile and we're not going to have a voice at all. And the ladies are going to be really pissed off when they see this, when I go back and tell them. They're going to be after you come. I mean, I swear, when these block clubs see this map, see those maps, and you put one of those up and tell them that we're going to have representation from Oak Park, woo-hoo.
And that's why we're here today, to hear exactly those kind of comments.
And I'm going back to tell.
Ms. Hill, now I'm going to repeat out loud what I told you and my other good friend when we were looking at the maps. So you have to keep it. I understand what you are saying, both in sentiment and literally I understand the words that you're saying. But just like when we had Oscar, who is from District 1, it is a game of chess. So if you're suggesting we come below 8 Mile, think about what happens with the other communities as they're squishing out. Where do those numbers go? It's the same question you heard earlier when we had someone say, put Melvindale back in, what was it, 3? So what do we do with those 12,000 people? So it is about meeting at the maps and learning about people from your communities. And this is not a concept that a lot of people are comfortable with, particularly with Black people, because when you've been starved and you're fighting and you're fighting and you're fighting, the last thing that you're thinking about is how to have a conversation across the table. But this is the time to have it, because bringing this below 8 Mile, so, you know, my beloved community where I grew up and ran down the street barefoot, right? They're now below 8 Mile. But then what about everybody else? If we were to draw for those considerations for every community, this map will look a mess. We still have to keep the districts. Hold on.
Excuse me.
Have some other people who.
Excuse me.
As well.
I love the interaction here, but we have to be out of here at 8. And we do have a couple other public comments. So we need to wrap that up and come back up here.
Okay, we're going back to sit down. There's more public comment. The mic has to go back on the stand. That's what our chair just said.
Thank you very much to everyone for being engaged and to the commissioners for explaining that. We have a couple more public comments. So number 59. 59 spoke already. Okay, thank you for keeping my numbers straight. Is 55 back in the room yet? I think we never found 55. Just don't want to miss them. Did we? Okay, see, it's late. Okay, number 60. Number 60, do you want to give your public comment? 60.
Good evening, commissioners, and thank you for having this event here at Greater Grace Temple, which is my church. And thank you to Bishop Ellis for hosting this event. In honor of Black History Month, I want to spotlight the late Senator John Lewis, who helped to modernize and revitalize the Voting Rights Act of 1965. He said, when you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, you have to speak up. So I'm here to speak up. Black leadership matters. Black representation matters. The way the maps are currently being drawn continues to dilute the Black vote, making it impossible for any Black person running for office to win elections. And Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act requires drawing new and preserving existing majority minority districts. I'm urging the commission to continue to tweak the maps for VRA compliance and partisan fairness. Detroit is the largest city in Michigan and has 80% Black population. The entire city of Detroit should be considered a community of interest. I'm advocating for the following maps: the Riverwalk map, the Spirit of Detroit map, the Motown Sound map, the Zatella map. I cannot support vehemently the Daisy map. Let me say heck no to the Daisy map. No to Bergamot 1 or 2, and no to Water Lily. I urge the commissioners to draw maps going east and west instead of moving the maps more north past 8 Mile, which stretch going into 3 or more counties, giving Black people not a fighting chance to win. So what I'm urging at this point is give us a fighting chance to win elections in the next decade. Thank you for listening, and thank you for being here.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Is there a 61? Come on up.
Thank you again. I just wanted to, after reviewing the maps and talking to some other colleagues and reviewing some other maps, specifically Tiger Lily, I believe that's the one that's cut through and kind of butchers Southwest Detroit in half, right? Water Lily. No, Tulip. Tulip is the one. It's Tulip. That's the one that cuts through Southwest Detroit. We'll definitely end up being here again next year if that one's the map. So definitely let's keep those folks together and not like cut that community totally in half. That's definitely a big community of interest for me, as you can tell. So please, anything but that one. And specifically that is what I have the issue with.
Which community are you referring to?
Southwest Detroit.
Oh, okay.
Which it kind of slices through and does this weird, it's bad. So let's just keep that all together.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Understood. Thank you for addressing the commission. And is there a 62? I don't see a 62. I think that is all the public comment that we have. Okay. Well, we would like to tell everyone that we really appreciate everyone who came out to speak to us and also who spoke to us remotely or added things to the public comment portal or comments on the maps. We really appreciate all of the input. We are grateful for the opportunity that we had to meet in this beautiful building and for the hospitality that was granted us. We are also really grateful for the volunteers that were working out on the sign-up tables and the staff behind the scenes to make this public hearing possible. And we look forward to seeing many of you again tomorrow, maybe. And that will be at 2nd Ebenezer. And the address is 14601 DeQuinder Street in Detroit. And it's going to be the same hours. So 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. So we hope to see lots of people there, and thank you very much again. I suppose I should officially say that this meeting is adjourned, this public hearing is adjourned at 7:00